Hello guys and welcome to the new video. Today I got something different from you. Today we're gonna go 6 tables. So my usual session, a lot of action, a lot of dynamics. So just let's get into it and let me show you the new version of the Breakthrough HUD in action. Okay, let's go like this. We're gonna call here. Let's open small blind versus big blind pop-up to see we choose small blind versus big blind single raise spot. We see that this guy is double barreling normal freak against hero a lot more. So we're just gonna go big bet. And we're gonna bet river. We're gonna go pot. Let's go here. It's gonna be a lot of action, guys. Okay, let's go check. Let's go half pot on table number 4. Half pot on table number. Let's go actually 75. 75. 3 bet on table number 1. Fold everything else. Folding table number 4. Table number 5, I apologize. I also guys changed the layout for this video because I want to see if you like the 6 table action. So if you like it, tell me in the comments. I think it will be, I like to try different things, but I think this will be really dynamic. And we will go through many of spots and you'll have a feeling how is my usual session going on. And yeah, I think it will be interesting. Just to quickly remind you, when I play 6 table, I really use this color code system. So in my HUD, you see you have a green color, gray color, and a red color. So in whatever stats in the HUD, it's every stat is part of opponent range. This is, see here is raising range, c-betting range, out of position, in position, checking range versus c-bet range, stabbing range, and versus delay range. And immediately when you see a red color, it means that in that field, in that spot, your opponent is more passive and more tighter than the GTO. So now I'm not even looking at numbers, I'm mostly looking at colors, because I immediately know in that spot of his, that part of his range, he'll be more tighter or more loose than the GTO. So if it's the green color, it indicates the player is more aggressive or more loose than the GTO and the average of the regs on PokerStars. So definitely when you're playing 6 tables and you don't have that much time, it's pretty nice to use this color system. We also had that in the pop-up, so we're gonna see if it's red, you immediately know you have green light to be aggressive because the guy is over folding, if it's fold versus c-bet. If it's in raising green, it means he's raising too much, he's more aggressive in raising than the GTO. So definitely we did that in pop-ups, for now only for the most important stats, but it will be done for all spots. So I think it's cool thing to know. Here we're gonna go 7.5. We're gonna attack mainly with an overbet. Our range will be mostly hands like ace-jack as our bottom range, ace-jack, maybe some ace-10, but mostly gonna be 6s, ace-6. We don't have ace-queen. So our value range is looking mostly as 2 pair. We can also use bigger size. This is check fold. We don't have much stats. I'm gonna go with check behind. And we're gonna add new table. On most of the guys I have the sample on, but on some guys I don't have it. Okay, I'm gonna call here. And I'm gonna go with check behind here. We're gonna have a lot of jack X, queen, jack, jack 10, 8s, 9s, 10s, so checking back is okay. Call here. And we're gonna jam here. Calls quickly with 10s. The river. On the river I'm gonna go like betting a jack, maybe on 10s, 9s, size like that. We are blocking his 8s and 9s that are most likely calls. So pretty nice hand to bet. When we face a double checking range on turn and river, generally it's a hot spot. We don't have a sample, but definitely a spot where people will be overfolding. Let me just try to put mic a little closer. I didn't put it. I'm sorry now if the sound will if the sound is bad at the beginning, but now it will be good for sure. So I'll put it like here, like this. I'm gonna check back here. We want to have all sorts of hands in all sorts of lines. This guy doesn't step much. He will show the strength of his range now. We'll now go half pot. Now we can bet a queen. We can bet a king 7 suited, king 8 suited, stuff like that. Here we want to check raise basically. And we have pocket 9s, so I would play a hand like I would play pocket 9s. For 7 we're gonna fold. Queen 9 in the limped pot. We have the new pop-up exactly for this spot. So we go here to see how big blind reacts to the small blind over limp. And we see that this guy is not... if he actually is isolating 20%. 20% is... I'm gonna move it call. 20% is not that much. That indicates we're gonna see a flop pretty often with fish involved, so it's always nice to know. We're just gonna call it now. Call turn, call river. Has a king 8. He didn't have anything. We also have for the limps pop-up how fish play now. It's only 12 hands, but we would have a situation when the fish is in the limped pot and big blind only checked, so small blind and big blind didn't ISO. That means the range is kept. So we see basically how the fish play only against the big blind or against the small blind and the big blind together, so we see their strategy. Here we're gonna call, go call with ace queen, ace 9 we're gonna open, going half pot here. This guy seems a little tighter than the normal stats. It's 13%, and against hero it's only 8. So this guy will miss some hands. Let's check back. I think it's okay. Let's bet here the turn. And I'm gonna go now a little polar bet of 2/3 size. Check back here. Okay. This is his step turn. I'm gonna easily fold here. So this guy is stabbing super rarely. He goes in situation. The thing here is we need to check aces sometimes. We need to check behind even some 10x. Because if we see that the guy is using this orbit stabbing strategy, then definitely we need to have these hands. Usually this is a call, but against this guy, I play with him last few days. In this situation, I think the smartest thing is to just fold. I'm gonna put this monitor on another screen. Gonna mark this guy as a fish immediately and fold here. Table number 3 with a7. This guy ISO, it's pretty. Raise limper 23. I'm gonna actually fold. Because I don't know this guy, and a7 is fold for these positions. This guy is also fish. Ace 10, we're gonna ISO. We're gonna see what happened here. Okay. Clear hand. Ace deuce on table number 2, we face a call. This is calling range on the button, 3.1%. Against me, I know he has, and there's a fish on the big one, so his range will be maybe a little stronger. We're gonna check this flop. This is his stab. We see it's red color. It indicates he's stabbing against us, also less than that. Our hand is kind of cool with as a check raise, so I can do it. He doesn't have pocket jacks in the range, so he doesn't have two pairs. Blocking ace jack, putting pressure, blocking also set of deuces. So we're going to check raise. Pocket 6 is table number 6. We can call. I'm mixing call and a 3-bet. With my method, this combo will be call. Flop is 10, 10, 6. He needs to check range. This guy is c-betting out of position 75%. He should be checking a range on this board. Let's go into the pop-up to see which kind of hands he bet. You see he bet ace 5 for the 3, 4, 8 out of position, which is clear check range, so he's for sure over c-betting. We're gonna go small board, we're gonna bet a lot, so. And now on the turn we can decide what we want to do. Do we want to go polar? Or do you want to still bet some merged hands? He's checking, this is his check fold range. It's red in case he's more tighter, so he's over folding. That means his range is stronger, and then we're gonna go and put some orbits there. And let's go 175. We're now saying we have a 10. Not ideal river, because I think ace is going to be pretty frequent in his range. And now I'm thinking, do I want to go kind of pot? I'm going to go pot actually, guys. I'm going to go pot. I want to bet all 10x here. So I'm going to go pot. We are always calling a jam, so ace king versus tens. This guy is on the tighter side also, so he's not gonna have too much of the 10x hands, and our calling range is gonna have hands like queen 10 suited. Jack 10 is, I would mostly 3-bet, so queen 10, some king 10, some ace 10 suited. So on the river, I think just going with the queen 10, going pot instead of shove, because you see like he had a king 10, so I just want to bet pot with my 10x. He also has aces in the range that we don't, so like all my range just going pot on the river has sense, even with my full house. I don't want to go pot with my 10x and go all in with my full houses, then I'm splitting my range, then I could be vulnerable to shove. Of course I wouldn't be folding to shove if I have here like king 10, queen 10, he jams, we're gonna call it off. But generally the point is that I think we want to have just a shove range, just a pot size range, pot size bet on the river, because he's gonna lack 10x hands. We're gonna have a lot of good 10x hands. We're gonna have sixes, we're gonna have some ace 10. So just having all together, I think, because we're gonna lack full houses, basically we're gonna have a lot of trips. He's gonna have aces pretty frequently in this line. He should be having it always basically as a check call, check call. So yeah, I think this is the way to play the hand. He had it was clear cooler, and yeah, he should be jamming king 10, I think, because a lot of guys would be shoving full houses there, but this guy is an 8, so he didn't shove. But I don't want to split my range there. Even like exploitatively against this guy we could do it, and it would be like he would call this off, but I'm just like seeing how my range looks like, and my range is like a lot of trips heavy, not full house heavy. So it's not nuts heavy, it's like strong hands heavy, but mostly trips heavy. I'm also tributing pocket tens, so mostly I'm tributing it. So we're not gonna have quads in the range. So we're not gonna have quads, we're not gonna have many full houses except pocket sixes that we are also mixing with the 3-bet. So my range is really trips, mostly trips. So I'm just gonna build river size with one size, not splitting, with one size, one range, not splitting it. Think it's much easier to play, and yeah, that's it. Let's go next one. King 6. I didn't forget about that surprise I was talking about. It's already done. We are just trying to see how to put it, because we can get in trouble because of it. It is something really useful to you. I think you're gonna like it, and it's actually a lot of work. So it's gonna be free completely and super useful, and it's gonna be soon. So please help us grow channel so a lot of people can see that, and like the video, comment it, give me your ideas what you want to see. This is my idea of today. I just said let's just record my session, my usual session. 6 tables. It's gonna be tough. I didn't ever stream, or I didn't ever, just let me see if I can just like this slightly, move it up. I didn't ever stream 6 tables or make a live video of 6 tables, so this is something also different, and I will try my best, and we'll see how it works. You will tell me if it is good or it's not good. Just check folding. This is on table number 4. Even against this guy exploitatively, we should be betting. He's folding super a lot. Let's see, he's checking range. He's not stabbing. I'm gonna check here. Now we're gonna be betting it. Now we just have to bet shove, basically. I need to lower it a little bit down. I don't think he's checking pocket tens here. So I would be jamming like jacks, queens, good 10x. We're gonna have a lot of jacks, queens that we're gonna go with the check raise. I think he has a 10 basically. Folds, okay. When the flop goes check check and the flop like this and the pull like this, pull is gonna step, actually overstep this kind of flop boards. That's why I like to check raise with jack stands, because with jack stands you immediately want to get it in on the flop, especially if they're gonna stab with pocket sixes, pocket 10 check raise is printing money, jacks also. These hands are still vulnerable, still a lot of bad turns, and if you get it in on the flop, it's best. Just imagine you have jacks, he had pocket nines, you get it in the flop, excellent. But some guys will be checking here, like pocket nines, pocket tens. I don't think this guy will, but some guys will. Because they were gonna expect, you see, like he should be folding some pocket fives hands pre-flop. So he's not gonna have all of the combination of deuces and fives. He also overfolds to 3-bet a little bit in position. So he is value range, like he needs to have like queens also. So, but he's like super overfolding. So against him, exploitatively, we want to bet. So yeah. But generally, what I was trying to say is that people in this kind of board, if it's like board 4, 5, 8, for example, two-tone, and I check, there's a lot of guys who will be checking like 10s, 9s. Just because they know we're going to have super low frequency of bet on these kind of boards. So yeah, they will be smartly to know that still our range is uncapped, and the other guys will be stabbing everything. So it all depends. But generally on the boards which are really low c-bet frequency, for example, all low connected boards, then we're gonna have a lot of strong hands in checking range. On these kind of boards I would be betting a lot too. So definitely, because it's low disconnected, two-tone board where in position is gonna have all sets, so we're gonna be aggressive in that board. So against him, even like hand like king 9, we can just bet on the flop based on his tendency. I also have some read on him. Yeah, this guy is on the passive side. We're gonna try to see what's going on with the other people also. I'm gonna like do it like this. I just want to see how much big blinds is in game. So I moved the other HUD a little more down. Maybe like this would be perfect. I like this. I think it would be actually perfect. King Queen, we're gonna mostly 3-bet. Let's see this guy, button versus big blind, cutoff versus big blind. Yeah, this guy is folding a lot to 3-bets. Yeah, I would say this guy would definitely fold like sixes, like deuces through sixes. So now his range is actually hitting this board quite good. I would be checking a bunch here. Like our range has ace jack off, ace 10 off, king jack off, some king queen off hands, half of ace queen off. We have a lot of king 4 suited, king 5, queen 8, jack 8 type of hand, so we're gonna have a lot of air here. So we'll be careful. I have nines that are call mostly, but I have it. And I have also pocket tens. So I will be using a lot of checking. King, queen, I'm gonna just fold. Let's go 1/3 here. King 10. I'm gonna check turn. We can still bet river. He's saying he has like an ace 8, ace 4 type. Aces win. This guy won second all-in against us. What we had? He won something on the beginning. Ace king, tens against the ace king, but he took a cash out. I was on the live event actually last month, and I did lose. Basically, it was I did lose time. It was pretty rough, rough couple of days. So this month, I'm not going anywhere. I plan to go to Cyprus to EPT, but my mom and dad and sister are coming, and I will be mostly home, so I will have time to make a lot of content. So if you have any ideas, let me know. But like I would usually check range here, but this guy is flatting like 50% of hands, so that indicates he's gonna have queen 9 off in the range. We're gonna go over bet turn. Let's see how he reacts to our bets. He folds a lot. Okay. Whenever it's super wide range in question, we do a lot of c-betting, and I'm usually against normal range. You're gonna check like close to a check range, checks like 80% check. So I'm checking range because it's much simpler to just check range instead of small c-bet frequency. But now when his range is 50% and he's gonna have hands like ace 10 off, then suddenly we want to be betting range because our range is going to have 30% of hands and his range is going to have 50% of hands, so our range is stronger. We have nuts advantage, we have aces, kings, queens, ace, queen, king, queen, so we can build a pot with these hands. So there's no sense in checking. He's also passive. This is his stab range. We see immediately red color. When I see red color, I know he's not going to stab. And yeah, just then suddenly just betting has sense. Turn orbit maybe is not best because the guy is overfalling to an orbits a lot, but that's also he actually, now when I see he did call orbit in position with 4-5, so middle low pair. He calls sixes within 150% pot, so definitely the guy has such a wide range basically that, let me see what he went here. The guy has such a wide range that's basically the problem. He has wide range, and then he has so much air that he needs to fall out. Basically, that's the whole point of the story. We're gonna call queen jack. I'm mixing 50-50 with queen jack suited. And I'm gonna go with raise. Ideally, we want to hand like 5, 6, 7, 8. Our value range is mostly 6s and 7s. 6, 7 suited we also have. Let's see his c-bet fold to raise, but call raise fold turn. He also has air in the range. So after call turn, he still folds a lot. I think this is the spot that nobody folds, but I still think we want to bluff with a hand like a queen, jack, for example, queen jack of spade. Now we're blocking, like blocking ace jack of hearts, ace queen of hearts. I'm gonna give up this combo. And I think we did fold him out on turn, even with some king x hands. So I would just push it if it's like not blocking hearts, but this is I think the worst combo to be bluffing. I think we fold out queens and jacks on turn, so it doesn't matter our queen jack blocker. So I had a feeling it would work. Actually, I have to say, I had a feeling it would work, because that spot when the king rolls off, I don't think people bluff very much. So I think this guy is on the neater side. I think it would work. I did give up, unfortunately, but I felt it would work. I'm gonna go small on table number 6. 2 Broadway is pretty great board for a range. I'm gonna go with check back. Bet here. I'm gonna go with check back the river. Let's go. We're gonna have here like ace queen and ace king in the check back range. And let's go with an overbet on turn. We're gonna check back river. We're now beating ace of diamonds. We are also beating some ace 10 hands. So we have a clear check on the river. I'm gonna go 20. I'm gonna go 24. Clear check on the river here. Pretty unlucky hand here. I would say really unlucky, because like he's gonna rarely have an 8 except this with a heart. So, and yeah, I mean basically he has a raising hand. I don't know why he called, but he has easy raise on the river. My range is mostly an ace that check behind the turn. They check behind the flop, so we're gonna check behind here with quite heavy of ace jack, ace queen, ace king, and we're gonna overbet all of these hands on turn. And the river gonna go. I should be going like 75 basically, but I decide to go small overbet. 75% here. 50 or 75 on these kind of boards. I don't use 1/3 at all, so I'm gonna go 75. I think it's good. Let's see how will he react. This guy check raises a lot, 70%. Let's go 75. I'm gonna go 75, 75. Checking the river. If I know him better, then yeah, maybe I can go with for triple. We have a queen of spades, but I don't know how he play rivers. Don't know how wide he is. We just have this information now that he actually doesn't fold flop and turns, but for now it's too little hands, too little of the sample. Because now if we go here, this guy, we see that he's on the green side, so it means he's calling more loose of the c-bet hands. So he's calling hands more loose than other player than GTO, but we don't know, like we see here what he called. So he called king queen on the 5-10 jack, which is normal, and he called pocket tens, even he check raises 15%. So maybe small sample, so it can be misleading. So it's always best to see a hand range. I want always to see a hand range, and when I see a hand range, then yeah, then it's much easier. Let's go into the multi-way pop-up to see what will this guy do, because he c-bets out of position 55%. That means on this board he needs to check range, and if he's having a betting range here, we're gonna go of the strategy of raise or fold. We're not gonna call any hand, because this is clear check range on the flop. Let's see his checking range. Flop check fold 53. Let's see flop check call. Let's see, does he have here or pairs, for example? Let's see his check raise 6.7. We don't see hands used. We're just gonna call. His check raising range should be like tens, jacks, queens, sets. He doesn't open 7-8 from the. He doesn't open 7-8 from the UTG. He goes like this. I'm not thinking what I want to do. What I want to rep. I'm gonna go with check back with this hand. We're gonna have here pocket nines, pocket tens against UTG. I would play this similar. Yeah, I think now he's actually wrapping a hand like we have here, like tens, jacks, queens. If I didn't have like a jack 10 of hearts, I would be overbetting the turn here. Because we're still gonna have sets in the range. We're gonna still have 7-8 in the range. We're gonna still have ace-8. We're gonna have ace-8 suited, some ace-7 suited. So we're gonna have some hands. So jack 10. If it wasn't a heart, because with a heart, if I bet and get jammed on, it's super gross. But if I'm gonna have jack 10 of spades and get jammed on, I don't care basically. Have clear fold and that's it. But with hearts, it's definitely not super. I don't want to bet fold. Gut shot and a flush draw. I don't want to fold out that hand for sure. Let's see this is his versus delay c-bet. We see that, so this is his delay range. So how he play against the delay c-bet. We see that he's stepping 36, which is red, means he's more passive, and here it's also red versus delay, so that means he's overfolding to delay. I want to see his check raise turn versus delay. Okay, he had some middle pair turning into bluff. I'm gonna go like, fortunately I didn't. Unfortunately, I wanted to bet, didn't have time to bet. This is his triple checking range out of position. We see check, check, check. Check fold. Now we're gonna raise. So this is check, 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 check call, check, check, check. Bet is actually quite frequent. And you see that block is bluffs, a lot of bluffs and a lot of low equity hands like bottom pairs, low pairs. So we can attack that range. Now we actually have the hand, but we can attack that range with also bluffs. 3-4 suited, ace 3, table number 5. Let's immediately go small blind versus big blind pop up, single raise spot. We see this guy is actually over c-betting. It's a green color, means he's over c-betting. So we'll probably see a lot of trash. We're gonna see hands like 9-10 or the deuce 3-8, something that should be happening a lot. We're gonna check back. I think our hand is in 2 checking categories. So I mean, I'm gonna check turn or bet turn, and most rivers check. So it depends how he plays his double checking range. I see he's not folding a lot, so let's see he's check, 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 call. Ace high, so he's also calling high as he shouldn't be. So we're gonna actually go and put 75%. Attack his double check range. That indicates also his delay c-betting range. He actually never delay bet. Okay, we're gonna go over bet river. We're gonna go 18.5. I think if we're using a normal size, he's gonna call us off pretty lightly. So with my bluffs and this, I think I want to go 125. You see, like our value range, he still has an ace, the check behind the flop. So definitely we want to attack this range with a little bigger sizes. Okay, it worked. We had a hand. We wanted the call, but in this situation, but we need to think about our range. We are taking his double checking range, and we see that he's actually not folding, and we see that he's actually calling hands that are pure folds. So we want to attack that range. Now we had value. We will have bluffs. We see that he folded this time, so that's nice to see. And we just want to have a good strategy. It doesn't matter what he will do. If we put our range in a balanced spot, if we think he's doing something really wrong, then we can go from that balance into imbalance and be more exploitable. So that means we can maybe put more bluffs in the range of 125 and more value in the range of 75. So I'm going to call here against him 15%. Table number 3, we're going to go small. King, queen, we're going to fold. We're going to check raise this board quite frequently. Our hand, unfortunately, can't do nothing. Can't do nothing there, but table number 3. This guy overfolds turn quite heavily, so we're going to check back our hand. There's no bad rivers, basically. And then we're going to see how much he folds. Check, call, check, 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 fold. Check, call, check, 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 fold. Look at this, he actually doesn't fold to a bigger size. So actually, let's put it in the 75 region. So now he looks like a lot of 10, jack, queen 10, ace 10 region. %. We're gonna mix. This hand is a mix. This hand is a mix. This combo I'm gonna actually fold. We're mixing calls and folds, so I'm gonna fold. He's using a bigger size from the small blind. Against normal size it's call. Against this size it's half-half, so this combo I'm gonna be folding. This guy 3-bets in position 4x, which is insanely bad strategy, because out of position just 4-bets or fold, and you're basically releasing, or you are never playing 3-bet pot in position, so that's kind of sick. So you are letting the opportunity to play a big pots in position with stronger range. Spots that are highly profitable, you're just releasing it. You're gonna be 4-betted or folded. And guy can fold a lot, you know. He can, if he only has like, and this guy is also not folding to 4-bets. So that means, you see, this is all green, and generally he's all green. He's calling 3-bets pretty light. And what happens when, and what actually happens is that people as like nits can just 4-bet him with value and fold out everything rest, and he will be losing heavily, because he will call these 4-bets more lightly, and people can just play value range and fold out rest, and that's it. So pretty bad strategy. King, queen. Interesting size on table number 1. I want to see that hand. Let's see. See, this guy checked with tens, which is really smart play. You're gonna check a lot on this board because it hits big blind great. And yeah, this guy bets small. Yeah, I don't like this play here. I think he needs to be polarized. I think he needs to go like pot 125. This guy has massive amount of overpairs, and you're not taking overpairs with this size because they can easily call. Your bluff's not gonna be in a good spot there. Because of this size, you can't bluff that much actually. So I think this is bad play. Ace 8, we're gonna check. This is his aggression. It's highly under GTO standards. This is his stabbing. We're just gonna fold out a hand. King deuce, jack 4, queen deuce, jack 4, queen deuce. Okay. Well, let's see if I can find the table. And I can. We're gonna leave this one, open this one, fold this one, leave that one. Okay. I'm gonna go 1/3 here against this guy. We have a dynamic, me and him, last few days. He's calling me super light with un-GTO calls. So we're gonna be more careful. We're gonna check back turn. On this board, actually, if we're playing a GTO, we want to have a big sizes only on queen 10 6. So we want to have overbet and 75%, a little amount of 50. So we don't want to ever have 1/3. So I shouldn't be done that, but yeah. So this is not great play from the GT aspects. But you also want to know how he reacts to certain sizes. So you see, like, this guy is, we see, versus 30 or 45% of pot, we see a mid-lead screen, so he's overcalling it, or, yeah, he's not check raising it that much, he's actually overcalling to that size. So that's not that problematic. If we can fold him out on turns, we can't, because he's also calling turn more lightly, but we see that he's over, like, he's folding rivers. But against me, he didn't fold rivers, so generally, if you don't have dynamics here, it would be a good spot. Here we're gonna go check raise or fold. Let's check raise this. Let's go like this. So we want to still have 8s and 9s and 10s in check raising range, so I'm going to tone down my size, not to be strictly polarized to 7x. So we're going to do that. Ace is obviously bad card, so when I'm betting here, I'm going to go with an overbet, because now I'm strictly wrapping 7x. So we're going to go fold and check here. Fold here. Let's see a 3-bet. We now go 3-bet as a raiser. We see his strategy. He's betting. I would say he's betting too much for sure. Ace jack on the 7/8 using small sizes. This is actually half pot. This is actually half pot. Against a half pot, this actually, I think it's, he's also value heavy in this. So we're just gonna fold 9s. Let's go with the check raise here. Let's see what happened. Okay. He overfolds to check raise. I didn't see it. I didn't take a look into HUD to see it. Ace 8, Ace 6, 3-9, 3-6. I also have, guys, really big plans for our Discord. We are this year I learned most in my life. So last year I had best results on stars of all players, even after the big downswing on stars that I also had, where I lost 62 buy-ins in really let's go check, where I lost 62 buy-ins in maybe, I don't know how much, it was like in 3 weeks, and I still did have the best result in the end. But this year I learned most out of all of my life, and that is mostly because of our Discord group and the guys that were pushing me together. We were working, studying together a lot, and I had the biggest downswing this year on the Ipoker, and we go through that downswing and we are back cruising again. It was really sick, and just by working it and working together with my guys on Discord, it did just ended. We just break through it. We break through it, and I'm getting back now what I had on my standards on stars, and this pool is also a lot easier, a lot worse than on stars. So I think from now we're gonna go only up, and I'm inviting you, if you have also some if you have like some stagnation in game, or you want to improve your game, join us and work with us. It helped me, and I was thinking I know a lot and I'm good and everything, and then you see when the big downswing catch you, you see like, wow, maybe I'm not that good as I thought, and then you start working a lot, and that's the difference. When you start working in that kind of situations, and you go and you break through that, then it's something. Then you know you're like you improved. You just feel a lot stronger, and it affects your mental game. It basically affects you all the way. And on my Discord, we have guys that are also posting like, I have shitty 9 months, I have shitty 6 months, all the sessions are bad. Doesn't matter. I just told them doesn't matter. All when I was going through that, only thing it mattered to me was in the end I slept good when I played good. When I didn't play good, I didn't sleep at all, because the key is to be always in top of your game. If you're playing your top and you're losing, you're not losing. You're just not winning right away, but you're gonna win. So if you're not playing your A game, you're losing even if you're winning. Because if you were playing your A game, you would win a lot more. So that's what people don't understand, and people are resulted oriented a lot. That's not good. And this year I learned most of my life, and I'm ready now. I'm just ready to get. I'm mentally in the peak of everything I go through. Now I'm in the peak because I feel that I'm the best I ever been, and I'm ready. I'm gonna work even more now because I'm now even more motivated to work and study. And yeah, yesterday on my Discord, we were also talking about. We had a few high stakes players that are also said they're going to join these study sessions. So you will have opportunity to work with really a lot of successful and strong poker players. It's free, everybody can join. So I look forward to seeing you. I will put a link of my Discord so you can join in. We have now almost 700 people. And yeah, that's the key. That's the key. I want to have the best community of the whole community, and I think we are a really good community. So if you go join in, I think if people will not gonna help you, nobody will, like, everybody will try to help you, but if they, for example, didn't help you, they will not like unhelp you. I don't know how to say that, but they will be polite to you and they will give advice. So I'm really proud, really strong community, a lot of good guys, and we are playing and working, and we want to be stepping. Let me see here. I'm gonna fold this flop. Because all my life I was thinking, yeah, you have to work. I was always working everything alone, studying alone, and just I thought like that's the best way, but it's not. It's not the best way, because one head is never smarter than a lot of like 6 heads, 10 heads, like 20 heads. You will always have some new, even if even if player is maybe uh, like not good as you, or has is playing maybe lower limit or stuff like that, but the the point is that you can learn from everybody, and there you actually have really a lot of strong players and mix of all kind of people. So definitely it just wider your way of thinking and get of all spots. So definitely is something that I recommend. Have clear call on table number 6. Let's see what this guy is doing. I'm gonna call it king 6. And we're gonna fall off the river. This guy is, I could see, but he's only betting like, he's betting a lot merged range. I didn't look at it, but he's really merged. We're just gonna be checking the river and losing mostly. He did have king too. Okay. Let's go into the cold 4-bet. So this is the new pop-up we're gonna have. It's right here, and we have cold 4-bet. And this guy is got 7%. I'm not a fan, but we're still gonna call this hand. Against this guy we can actually fold. Yeah, I think against this guy we can fold. Cold 4-bet versus it's 5% against button. I mean, still kind of okay. He's gonna have king jack suited type of hands, king 10. But I think it's better to fold. Actually, he did go pre-flop. He's a nit. He go pre-flop like this. He should be going 20. He's going 24. I just should be folding this actually. Pocket fours. It's actually mostly a fold against bigger size. How are we gonna call? And flop is super bad for our range, super good for his range. And let's go here. 7.5. Let's go immediately. To see what's going on in this pop-up, we see 3-bet is a caller. Oh, this is kind of interesting. Like, these guys usually, look how red he is. So he's tight passive or folding, but in this blind versus blind spots, he's actually wider. And he actually, yeah, but it was all top pair over pair, so yeah. It seems like he's just strong. Folding here. We have a clear call off. And this guy seems he's over 4-betting from what I see. We have clear call with the king queen, and let's immediately go to this, and 4-bet is a razor. So unfortunately there's no sample here, but in a 4-bet pop-up you can see the rest. 4-bet is out of position. He bets. He had queen 10, bet it. We have clear call with the king queen. Have clear call on turn. So his bluffing range of hands like ace 10, ace 4, ace 5 suited. I expect him to continue a lot on queen. He's gonna have also ace queen off. He didn't double barrel. Gonna call it king queen. And we're gonna go here 10. We're of course jamming here. I don't think he has anything. Like if he has aces and kings, I don't think he would use this size based on his stats. So when he checks river, he's going to be mostly check folding. Let's go with betting the turn with a6. On most people during usual, I have a big sample and I have like 20, 30, 40k hands, like on him 48. But in last week, I was away on live session. So a lot of new players showed up. It's always weird on Ipoker how you have a lot of new players coming, like pretty often. So I thought actually they are changing nicknames. And yeah, we're gonna actually go 75. But maybe they are just actually new players. But it happens on Ipoker most of the, like, I never saw that on Stars that like that much of the new players is showing. And some of them had similar nicknames that I also noticed. Like you have button folds, then cutoff folds, then I don't know, big blind, like this kind of nicknames similar. Then you have like TTR something, like 10 guys named TTR something like numbers. So definitely I should be betting this flop. I was an autopilot here, but definitely betting. This is first time 6 tabling and making video, so I'll make mistakes for sure. Okay, let's see here. This is okay. Table number 2 is here, 4-bet. Big 4-bet. I don't understand this player. Why he's not doing this? Changing his 4-bet size. Let's go like this. This guy, you see, like he's red. This is fold versus 3-bet, out of position, in position, and we see that he's overfolding massively to 3-bets. So this guy will never have deuces. He's never gonna have fours. We're gonna go big size. We're blocking jacks and queens, which is really important. So we're gonna go 75. I would say he's gonna fold like a lot of like deuces through sevens and call like eights plus. Suited broadways, ace queen. He's gonna call ace king also a lot. So with big size, he's also mostly folding to a big size. Let's see his calling range in position. Yeah, it's like he's calling top pairs, so we don't see any floats and any weak pairs and stuff like that. Let's go. And also here, mistake, but we want to bet on this board, we want to bet only big sizes. So or bet or 75%. I bet small because the guy is overfolding. Then you can exploitatively. So I still think that you want to use proper sizings. But if you decide not to use proper sizing, then you need to have a good reason why. Okay, if the guy is overfolding a lot like this, then okay, you can change whatever. But generally you have to have a strong reason why you're changing. Folding on table number 1. Folding on table number 3. We're just gonna block river. This guy will never raise an ace that's good against us, so we're just gonna lose a minimum. and I did go 25%. We can still get value from reverse pairs, from 8x. So definitely block is a play against him. Let's go block here, like this. 20%. Let's see how he reacts on donks. So fold to donk turn really rarely. He raises a lot. He raises queen jack here. We're gonna go on the river with the block again. I think he would raise. This guy would raise a strong king, I think, and jack if he had it in range, or pocket aces. And let's see, call turn, call river. He had a middle pair, okay. He actually folded here, okay. We're gonna go 13, table number 6, and we're gonna go betting on table number 3. I'm gonna fold ace 3 against him. I'm using only big size here, or check. So big size or check, rejects, it's clearly check. Clear check on the river with a6. Trappy. It was trappy, okay. Yeah. Sneaky. Let's go small on table number 6. Take their checking range. Pretty unexciting session until now, I have to say. I expected more action, more good hands. But there was spots, so there was spots. There was some strategy situations where we talked, so yeah. A lot of sessions are like a raw fight, you know. It's slow and a lot of boring hands, small hands. But that's how a lot of session looks like. It's cool when people make a video and put like 40 minutes set, flush, 2 pairs, suck outs. Generally, this is how a lot of session just looks like. And everything counts, guys, you know. Every pot is counting, every play, every situation. Until now, the one thing that I regret, in a way, is that hand where I felt in my gut, if I'm using that queen jack hand, where the king paired on the river, I just felt the guy would fold on the river. I just felt it and I didn't do it. Let's go half here. I'm mixing here, 1/3 half, basically 1/3 or half I'm mixing, so let's go half with kings. 1/3 with aces more. 1/3 with pocket queens, for example. And let's go overbet the turn. Overbet the turn here. Kind of nice to go 170, right? Table number 3, 4-6 king. I'm gonna bet 1/3. Let's go into the big blind versus button pop-up to see a guy what he's doing. He's over check raising, having 7s, doesn't love it. 3x, 7-8, deuce 4. He did barrel off deuce 4 here. Okay. Hand is a call. With this is his check raise flop bet turn. good draws. Like, I'm gonna fold sevens if he bets, because sevens are the worst hand. We are blocking 7, 8, 5, 7. A lot of his natural bluffs. Check. Let's see his check raising checking turn. Okay, it's like queen jack, can potentially check raise, like queen jack with a backdoor flush. Queen 10. Just to check river. We can win against some 6x hands. He had 5-9, give up turn, that's nice. And guys, the next video I'm gonna make is that surprise that I was talking about, and that may not only be one video, maybe a couple of them, but this is the surprise I was talking about, and you're gonna see. So I hope you're gonna like it. I'm pretty sure you will, and yeah, it's gonna be something really, really useful. Not gonna be alone in that. I'm gonna have company, and yeah, we may get in trouble. I will just say that we may get in trouble, but it doesn't matter. One guy that I really respect and like, and he's now actually, he was one of the best Croatian fighters, and he's from town that I lived with my wife when we finished college, and really cool guy. He now has like, he's older than me, like 5, 6, 7 years, maybe even more. He always said, like, if there is a trouble on the way, I'm running like 100 kilometers from it, but when it comes to you, I'm not. When it comes to me, I'm not moving 1 inch. So yeah, I really like that statement, because I think whatever happens, you need to be, whatever happens generally in all sorts of fields, in poker, in life, everything, you always want to take the other side. You want to try to always make compromise, arrange, talk with people. But if that doesn't work and it comes to you and you're like basically in the act, you know, you like, it all goes to you. I think in this situation, like, you need to stand ground, and that's it. So, and I think that works everything, in poker especially. And yeah, so we'll see what happened, and I'm pretty sure it's gonna be cool and interesting. So yeah, my next video, you wanna see that, because that's gonna be the next thing. Okay, I'm gonna call it this is. Calling with king 9. This guy can be a fish or doesn't need to be. I'm not sure this hand is gonna be. This hand is gonna be 4-bet. Ace 4, Ace 5. Off broadways. This is gonna be our 4-bet bluffs, like Ace 10, Ace Jack, King Queen, King Jack. Like half of the Ace Queen off. Oh, he's wrapping hand like a King Jack, King Queen. Let's see, he actually see his bet check. We're always calling, but we want to see his bet check bet line. So bet check bet 52%. And we actually see across all sizing he has a lot of bluffs, but mostly used with the big sizes, not with small one. Okay, and I'm gonna go like this. Have a clear call. I think Jack 9 is a cool hand to triple barrel actually. I would play it like this. We can go small, or we can go half. I'm gonna go 1/3. Let's see how he reacts on this. He overfolds to c-bet. Has around 8% of range. We're gonna go double. We're gonna go double. Let's see what he will do with hands like pocket 8s now. Pocket 9s, 7s. Middling pockets. Still calling them. And on ace, we're gonna check. I will not block because I don't think he will raise as a bluff. Or maybe he will. He actually maybe will. Let's check. We want him to turn out like now pocket 8s, 9s, 10s into bluff, basically. Okay. Eight five, we're gonna call. Donk turn is okay, I think. I think it's okay. He's short. He's raising in position in the red, so he's under raising. River. I don't like it that much. We can only check. We can only check. I'm now thinking like he has such a low aggression frequency. I was thinking like if he bets there, what we want to do. And I felt like if I want to bluff, this hand feels like perfect hand to be bluffing. Basically. That would cross my mind. The problem is this guy is super, super low aggression. But you see like how the pot, like this is his one and soft flop 36, but in the big pots it's growing to 50. I'm gonna go actually pot here. This is his check fold in position. It's green, it means he's calling more loose. He steps on the turn. So see, let's see check call turn. Even against the no, again, guys forget it. I see like against him I want to overbet. Okay. This guy will continue even with like hands like pocket 8s, pocket 10s. Unfortunately, no. Unfortunately, now we're gonna mark this guy as a fish. Our last video that I made where I showed the new Breakthrough HUD version, it has the biggest views of all videos. And the next thing, I hope we will do even more than that. I mean, I would like to also to see like if you're gonna do these live videos of live sessions, if you like this. So like is always nice because that's your way to say, okay, I like the content, I want to see more of this, and sign of appreciation, and I also appreciate it. When I watch videos now, before, like when I watched it before, I'm gonna actually check back this board. Just we have some checkbacks with our nutted hand, so I'm gonna check back this flop, which is a really bad flop for imposition. When I watched before, I was rarely liking videos, so we can have really strong hands that can easily now face any aggression. We're gonna of course get the worst river run out, but we're gonna also of course call the river. With our pocket sixes. So yeah, but then when I was like following, I have around like maybe 20 guys that I'm following with. I always now like their videos because that's actually a sign of appreciation and that I like the stuff that I'm watching. And yeah, I think that's also a way so you can I can make more of that, because whenever I make a video, or especially the next thing that you will see, I literally put really a lot of time into it and effort, and I try to be really good stuff. Like all of this channel that I'm posting the stuff, this is like uncut stuff. Everything is real, and I try to be. I'm never like, I've watched other people. I watch these YouTube guys making content about poker, and they're saying, okay, I just can't say here's my strategy because of my reasons. Like I don't want to say, I don't want to share everything, so I can't say why I'm doing this. You're never gonna hear that from me. If I'm doing something, I will explain why I'm doing that thing, and I'm not afraid. Like if that's like people are afraid somebody will use that against them. If you think somebody can use what you're saying against you, then you're maybe not that good as you think you are, because if somebody can use all of these things against you, that means you can counter adjust to that. So yeah, we could have a clear call here against the lane bet river. So I would really appreciate if you help the grow our channel. If you like the things that I'm posting, if you want to see something else, let me know. Like that Russian cash, maybe you want to see Zoom, whatever. I'm always for good ideas. Now I posted like 6 tables. Maybe you want to see heads up. I'm also for it. I like heads up. Maybe we can make a heads up session. Maybe you want to see pot limit Omaha session. So whatever you want to see, let me know. I'll try my best to see if that's something it would be interesting, and I will try my best. I'll try my best to make that. And I'm really like, we did get without any marketing, any advertisement. Like now we are partners with Hand to Note, and Breakthrough HUD is developed, actually now it's developed by Hand to Note. Their main programmer is developing the HUD, and the guy is really good, and it's also a really nice guy. And now whatever you want, any idea you want to incorporate in HUD, it can be done in few hours. And we're gonna make updates really frequently, because this HUD is the best HUD on the market, and we'll make it even better, because now this HUD is basically developed. We're gonna go we can go block river here, and we can go 6.75 here. Because this is the HUD that is developed by like a lot of mixes of players. So you're gonna have a lot of high stakes players, you're gonna have high stakes crushers that are using the HUD, you're gonna have a lot of mid stakes crushers, and a lot of them are playing on the biggest sites. So definitely something to consider. I'm gonna go actually 250 here. 150, I apologize, 150. So this is the only HUD on the market that is developed by poker players. We are developing it together, and really a lot of fuss. So I think this would be definitely the best tool you can have for poker, and I will try to make that possible together with the guys on the Discord. And yeah, that's the key. I'm not alone anymore in this, and I did gladly to take the hand to note as my partners, because like I'm making money from poker. I'm playing money from game. There's the where I play cash, I play MTTs, I play live poker, and the biggest reason for all of this is to make the best tool that I can have for my game. And I'm now finally in position where I can just concentrate on poker. I can. Now we're gonna go half pot here, or we can go check and bet river. Let's go check bet river. So I can now. I'm finally in a situation where I can just concentrate on poker and move up after I did. I'm gonna go big size on the river. After I did finally. Yeah, when you have kids and when you start all of that, a lot of things changes, and I had to like take care of everything, and now finally I can just concentrate on poker. That's like really great now, because now I can only concentrate on one thing, and I really want now, especially this year that was really tough, and I did go through the worst run I ever had in my life, and that run was lasting like 350,000 hands, and I feel like super good now. And the HUD, the new version of the HUD, we had 6,400 stats. So the HUD had like super lot stats. It had the most stats out of all HUDs on the market, on the HUD store, and like all the HUDs for hand to note are on the HUD store, all good, all that are good. So we had most stats, and now we had 6,400 of them. So definitely, I'm definitely now super excited, because I feel the best ever. The only downside is when you don't have sample. When I don't have the sample, and that's the problem. When I started to play Ipoker, I didn't have sample. From the starts where I had super big sample, I came from no sample, and it seems I don't play that good without no sample. Because when you don't have sample, you just can't play exploitative. You just can't exploit, because to be able to exploit, you need to know their strategy, and if you don't have sample, you will not get to know them really good to use exploit against their strategy. So the key is to get to know them really good, and to have every information about any part of the range, and then it's easy. So you need to have a good sample for a breakthrough HUD to give you a super big edge. And we also make this limp pop-up against any limp strategy. So this is when fish calls, you see their range, you see how they play. I'll try to see if I find a fish with any sample on, like this guy, for example, 6.7. Let's go check here. So for example, we're gonna go here, I'll go open limp call, and you see their strategy. You see their limping range, 61, 45, 41%. You go here, you see the range, you see what they fold to raise, you see what they're calling raise with, you see hands, you see which sizes they are calling with, and then you see how they play first flop, you see what they are calling with you, which hands they're calling you down on flop, turn reverse, which hands they're check raising, which hands they're stabbing. So you're gonna basically see everything in every part of the range. So that was the key. And now we made also this limp strategy thing against limp call, limp pot, limps when it's more than just limps, when he calls an ISO, when he limps 3-bet. We have all the strategy, you see all the hand range. So definitely we're gonna bet here. I think half pot, like wrapping a ace jack queen 10 type, and we're gonna go big check raise here, and or bet here 75. and 7.5 here. I don't mind even go bigger here, like this. I'll give up with the queen jack of diamonds. Well, let's see this guy, how much he check fold. So this guy always checked called with the ace queen on the, so this is like pure fold. We're gonna go half pot on this board. We're gonna go like this here. And let's see how he plays check, check, check. So check calls, check call, check fold, check call, choice. So this guy is sticky with his checking range, which is not that great. But he's kind of sticky, so we're gonna put pressure. We're gonna go 15 points, or we can even go like 12, 36. I'm gonna go small over bet. We got jammed on, okay. Cool. Table number 5, queen 10. I also like the new thing we made, this pop-up with, this is also nice pop-up when you see how much he ISO, big blind how he plays in the spots where fish limps and small blind limps behind, because now you can see like how profitable it is to be limping. Then you see how they play post-flop in these situations, you see how the fish play post-flop, you see how the reg on the big blind play post-flop, so you will see how he reacts on donking, for example, or leading as a small blind. So this is some new stuff that I didn't think about. This is like all ideas from from you guys, and really cool ideas. So I'm gonna be checking here quite a lot. Like all of these boards, okay, ace 4-8 can also have the little bigger, like ace 4 5, ace 3 5. This kind of boards is basically near checking range. I'm also gonna here be checking on ace 4-8. In position has 4s, he has 8s. When it's like lower than 8, then he has 4s, 5s, 6s that usually small blind doesn't have all of them. So definitely check pattern. Let's see his checking range. Actually, I want to see checking behind range. He's lower there. Go like this. I'm going 9.5 here. So he's like middle pair, lower pair. I don't see much top pairs in his checking range, but he doesn't fold much to delay. Okay, 57, call delay, fold the river. He doesn't fold the river that much. He doesn't trust this line. We're gonna still put it. We're saying we have like an ace jack here. Ace 10 is clear call. Tens we're gonna call. I'm gonna go small against him. I should actually give up river against him. Yeah, he's gonna have still all of these pocket pairs, some hearts, but generally I think he will be or calling us actually, especially us. And he's actually not. He's actually after calling. It's like after calling turn in this medium. This is size of the pot on the river, and we see like in this. We see like when the pot is made and he called the turn, he's not following the river. And this is actually I did. I should give up river here. I mean, it's hard to give up with that hand, particularly with that hand. So yeah. But I should. Calling here. Pretty nice run out. Pretty nice run. We're gonna go 75. This is the run out I think he has to have or a bluff. So yeah. Let's go like this, and now I'm pretty sure he has a showdown value. Here we're just gonna jam. He would bluff everything on this run out, so he has. I would say he would check a lot of ace-x hands. Let's see in a 4-bet pop-up what we want to do here. 4-bet caller. Yeah, we're gonna go small again, like this. He check with ace queen. Okay. Let's see a little bit how his range also looks like. 4-bet caller. Let's see what he's calling us with. So this guy is like folding on turn. He's folding immediately on turn like 9s, 10s, he's not calling them anymore. So when he calls here, he has like a queen. This guy is. So he would even fold hand, like he would immediately fold on that small size on turn with jacks, 10s, 9s, with hand like ace 4. Yeah, I'm gonna go here with checking the turn with the queen, king, queen. Let's go 7.5. This guy is like, you see, it's red. It means he's more passive. It's stabbing. This is his stabbing range in position, flop and turn. And on the river, we're just gonna go like this. Not gonna block or anything. We're just gonna use this size. Against the double barrel of this guy, I think even fold is an option. Well, now he's using, yeah, so he's bluffing with smaller sizes. I'm gonna fold against him. Calls with ace queen. I'm gonna go with check on the flop, king 8-5. People bet range on this board. It's actually 50% betting. A lot of checking, a lot of under pairs of checking. Check with jacks. We're gonna call the river. When he checks, we're gonna go half pot. Check. This guy is maybe even reg. I mean, I don't think, but based on his stats, he 4-betted king 10 off. Checking table number 4. What is going on here? This is 4-bet pop-up, but we don't have sample, but folding. King Jack also. Table number 1. Interesting spot. The guy did tank. Why? I don't understand this. Against the fish he goes tanking with the nuts. Six 10, Jack 10, 4 5. Six 10 suited. Yeah, maybe you see like that happens sometimes that his stats looks like a weak reg, not a fish. His sizes are fishy. I don't know. Maybe he's something. Guys, also if you want to see a live stream, maybe let me know. On Twitch, we can do it on Twitch. Maybe Russian cash, maybe something. Let me know in comments. Would you like to see live stream together with me playing? We talk together about range, about spots. You give me some critics. You tell me what you think I did wrong. It could be fun. I didn't make a stream for a while now. The last stream was actually... The last stream I did was the Zoom stream, where I lost, I don't know how much I lost, like 10 binds maybe. Yeah, I think 10 binds I lost. It was pretty, it was pretty liked stream. People really like it. I was losing everything. I made big bluff in like 600 blinds, where I jammed the river with nothing. I mean, I had a good blockers, but I knew the guy has... I actually knew the guy probably has a full house, but the spot is like that I can have only a nuts, and I didn't see ever anybody bluffing in this situation. So I tried to pull up the bluff, and I shoved his river pot bet. So yeah, it was kind of insane. You said like... Some of you said... I really did explain why I did it, but the guy snapped me. Like in a situation where a lot of people, a lot of frags from Zoom said here we would snap fold a full house there, and yeah, because nobody would bluff ever there. But yeah, I did bluff, and we did get snapped in a situation where the guy has pure bluff catcher, pure like 100% bluff catcher. He's not beating any value, and this is kind of sick spot. Like when he's going half pot here, with a straight, he wouldn't go half pot. Probably he wouldn't, and maybe at this ace he would also maybe sometimes check, and he's kind of aggressive. And we see a lot of trash in his range, bluffing, and using this size. I want to see in the big pot if he did bluff. And with the bigger, like with the straights, he was going over half pot. So now to make this call, you need to think like he need to turn like a king 10 into bluff. or he need to call under pair also. I'm gonna call. I clicked call and did you see this? 5 seconds before the end. So 5 seconds before the end, I still had 5 seconds, and they just decided, okay, the hand is over. That never happened on stars, but on Ipoker, like, you have 5 seconds, man. Give me my 5 seconds. I want to. You saw that I was going to click call. Doesn't matter, but this kind of things irritates me. That would never happen on stars, never. I still think like the stars are way best poker side out of all. I played on GG. GG is the worst in my opinion. Terrible side, shady side, and that rakeback thing on GG is insane. Like, I don't know, bad B jackpot. I know a guy from Croatia that he documented this guy. So he deposit $400, and in a month he was playing all in or fold. So only all in or fold, and he came through $67,000 from 400 in 1 month, and he made a cash out, complete cash out. It's all on the Croatian Poker Pro forum. All is documented. The guy did that actually. So for him, GG, he hit I don't know how much jackpots. It was insane. So yeah. And then other Croatian guys tried, many of them, and everybody got shit. But yeah, like, this is the most shady site I ever played on, and I do play some tournaments there. So yeah, I play some tournaments there because their tournament structure is way worse than Stars. Stars has the best structure and basically best everything. Tournaments are way better, but unfortunately on Stars, if it's not serious, for example, if it's not Scoop or VCOP, then the tournaments are like not that great. But on GG, every day you have something. You have every day really good guarantees, so it's really good to play MTTs there. We're gonna go half, maybe even one. Let's go half. Let's go half. Let's go into multi-way pop-up just to see how this guy reacts as a caller on the big blind. So this is his check fold versus c-bet. So let's check call with the c-bet to see. So he's calling king 8 on the ace. So he has a flush draw. He check called the turn. Nothing too much. So but he's over folding immediately on the flop. So turn maybe turn is better to check against him. So I definitely have to say that GG is one shady site, and the Russian cash that I play there is insanely how much of the weak passive semi-regs you have. So you're gonna have many of 26, 18, 24, 14 type of players. That these kind of players are marked as a big fish on the Zoom. And you ask me on the questions in the Russian cash video below it, you ask me what is the difference between GG, Russian cash, and Zoom stars. Like, what is the difference? And my answer is huge difference. Zoom is much stronger pool, a lot stronger pool. So that's the difference. Let's see his limp calling range. Unfortunately, I don't have sample. We're gonna mark him as a fish. Let's check with ace 4. We're gonna go 1/3 with the king 7. This guy, you see, he's red, fold versus c-bet 61 out of position flop, or folding to all possible sizes. So when he calls, his range is gonna be stronger here. So he's not gonna have a lot of flows like ace 10, ace jack with a flop. So he's gonna have mostly pairs and pair of 5, 6s type of hands like 6, 8 suited, 5, 7 suited, 5, 8 suited. So we basically think we're gonna just give up. And we're gonna go 13 here. Just the fold river. Let's see, 7s, 6, 8, nothing special. Checking range on this. We are multi-way. The guy's calling cutoff. That shouldn't be happening, but people have still calling ranges there. Okay. I'm gonna go 2.2. Checking here, check folding on table number 5. We're calling 3-bet with king queen. He's 3-betting small blind versus cutoff 10%, but against the hero is 0. 10% would be like 8s plus. We see some king 9 suited, so it's gonna be wider. 10% would be 8s, ace jack off, king queen off plus, and suited broadways. King queen is floating on the flop. You see he's over c-betting, putting pocket 6s, king 9, he betted king 9, what he did on turn with king 9. He barreled king 9, so he bluffed it, king queen is fold on turn. Pocket deuces. We'll see if you have a new table. I'm just gonna put like this. Put it on the other monitor. 7s. Let's go small. Take a small blind range. He's calling small blind, he shouldn't be doing it. People still have calling ranges. Let's see his calling range. Queen 8 suited, 9, 10 suited. Let's see in the multi pop-up how this guy plays. Yeah, I'm gonna go with barreling this and put pressure. A lot of even on the king x hands you can put pressure. Now let's see this guy how he plays multi-way. We're gonna jam river, guys. We're gonna jam this river. We're gonna wrap a king queen, kings, 7s. And he calls with this. I mean, this is actually I think this is blocking pocket 7s. This is actually okay. I think this is actually okay. I mean, we are wrapping a full house. He should be in theory folding, not flushes, but we're just gonna be calling here against this size. I'm not gonna raise anything. Calling a turn. We're gonna go small, like really small. We're gonna jam river. I'm pretty Don't know like what range can bet pot and check turn out. Now you see like he can have nines through queens with that size on the flop. So all my flops, like I would shove here ace queen, like ace jack with the backdoors, everything like that. Because I don't see like what kind of range is this. You are never putting a king 4-5. Yeah, so he probably had. I was intentionally, because his range doesn't have sense. He doesn't have like any under pairs in the range, so I'm just using really small. Because his range is polar, and when he checks turn, I think he's mostly check folding. And want to trip it, but okay. Pretty light call. Even like I kind of think it's not bad against me. It's probably okay. This is insane hand. This guy cold calls a cold 4-bet. What is that? I don't know what is this range. What is this range? We're gonna bet this flop. What is this range? Is he trapping us with aces? Only thing that has sense to me now are the aces. Like if you're gonna have jacks, queens, and calling, I'm betting in the three-way pot. Yeah, we don't have stats for this at all. Pretty interesting hand. To me, I don't think he's calling like jacks, even with a spade or queens. It's a three-way pot, but it seems he is. Now it looks like he has jacks or queens with a spade. I don't think we rep much with bet check bet, so we're gonna give up. Or he has aces, so jacks, queens, or aces. Aces, okay, nice. That only had sense, but we still want to try the flop with the backdoor flush and our perceived range. 75. I just think like this is his stats, fold versus c-bet. There's no way that this guy would float us with jacks, three-way, and queens. So it's only aces, I guess. Only aces. Calling here. And I'm gonna jam ace king, this combo, on these positions. I don't use it very often, but sometimes I do. Now I will. This is specific combo I like to use. With my method of randomization. GTO is shoving it quite often. You need to shove queens also in order to position kings. I don't use it that much, but sometimes I do. And sometimes I shove kings and they snap with jacks, so that's pretty nice spot when it happens. I need to write down, guys. This is something that this guy called, this is something out of the ordinary. We bet 3x shove the river in a spot where we have all king, queens, kings, queens, nut flushes. We can shove nut flush also for 3x spot because he's only, I think in this situation when the fish is in, they're gonna check raise the flop against our small size with pocket fours. So I would jam also nut flush, and in theory he should be folding, but yeah, they are not. I still like our play. I still like it, and we're gonna write that down, and next time we're gonna go 3x spot in this spot with value. Let's also write it. Okay. I still want to see what was the king 4-7, right, to tone. Okay, king 4-7. Okay. Okay. Against him we have fold. Let's go 3-bet caller. 3-bet as caller. We see he's calling. He's folding super a lot. He called with king 10 suited, so his range, even to my size, I 3-bet to 7.5. He's really over folding. We're gonna go half pot on this flop. King 6 suited. Pretty hand. Against 14%, I'm just gonna fold. King 6, let's go immediately. Multi-way, how he play out of position. Bet with 2 pair. He used 1/3, this is half pot. I'm gonna call. I guess his range would be like 2 pair plus, and especially when he's using half pot. Interesting hand here. Table number 6, the guy is jamming. We need to call the turn, and we will donk the river if we could. Why I want to donk jam? A lot of our range is just gonna be flush draw with the gut shot. So we're gonna have a lot of 10x, like 10-7, 10-8, 9-10 with the diamond. The fish is in. It's similar if the 10 comes, I would be like donk jamming. I think this is nice spot for a donk jam. The problem is the fish. The reg would be in such a shitty spot, but the fish can probably have like a ace 10, queen 10, jack 10. You see like he had a 2 pair. It's also important. This fish is actually folding fish. Look at his fold. Why I didn't look? Why I didn't look? Yeah, it's gonna have. The problem is, yeah, he's gonna fold this, I think, against the donk. And I'm gonna go half pot here. I'm gonna 75. He had a 2 pair reg, like I said. It was such a nice play because the reg need to fold. I just had to look at the fish. I need to look at his folding fish. He can fold, like we are unblocking the ace that he can easily call twice. And this is the big mistake. This is such a nice spot for a donk jam. Such a nice spot. Check here. Called 3-bet with queens and ace queen. Let's go like this. And let's go half pot and turn here. Against him will bet big. His call range is not gonna have like jack 9 hands or 8 9 or 7 8. This is nasty river, man. I mean, like ace queen, yeah, I don't think ace jack. No jack. But pocket tens are possible. I'm gonna check river. Okay. Pocket tens are possible. It's like he calls 3-bet with sevens, hit the 7. Such a gross play. Really gross play. Really gross. The guy is just weak reg. I like my size on the turn because I did shut down on the river here, but can also hit. At pocket tens, I felt it's possible, but it's like he didn't check raise here with in the multi-way pot. Let's actually see a multi-way in 3-bet pots. Check call. He didn't check raise, right? Yeah. He never check raised in the multi-way. So now when I look at, if I did look at the HUD and see, I would actually go 1/3 on turn, but I did go a lot bigger because I'm lazy to look at the HUD. I mean, I did have ace of spade. That means I'm not going to be check raised. And then the nasty reverse, I can check back. It's not that bad. And I think he would call me with ace queen. That's also a thing. He saw the previous hand that we did play where I had 7-8. Here, guys, we have only or bet or big size. So I'm going to play it like that. I'm going to go bigger here. I kind of like the play. This is... I'm gonna go with check. I have one table on the right side just in case if something happened here. He doesn't check, I'll check, fold is 0. I'm just gonna give up with this combo. A lot of this kind of hands that we're not gonna fold river. And we're gonna have their hands like queens, kings, checking back, and then we're gonna go overbet on the river. But I'm looking spewy to people, they call me down lightly. Sometimes we're gonna then pull a break sometimes, like here. King deuce, we're gonna call the flop. Kind of passive guy. Let's see his double barrels. He double barreled with king 6 here, but like give up on the river. King deuce is a clear call. Let's check. Let's check turn. And I'm just gonna go jam now. If the guy is good, he could put pressure on the river because a lot of his bluffs gonna be also 6, turn it into bluff. So he definitely could. Put us in trouble. He could have put us in trouble. He didn't. Jack 8. Let's go in the deep pop-up, guys, to see how this guy played deep. High fold to c-bet. Out of position. Calling in our pair. I'm gonna go 1/3 against him. I think this table will play so I can leave my table on the right side. We want to play 3 mugs. Oh, look at this. Not great when somebody 3-bets you in the red, and it's quite in the red because he's only 3-betting 8%. But we still have c5, 6 suited. So we can just assume his range will be more narrower. If we see suited connectors, okay, double barrel. We see ace king with a small size, but bluffing river. And we're gonna bluff. I mean, I just get used to bluff, but no, we're not gonna bluff. We're gonna bet on the turn with our hand. We're not gonna bluff. This is he check folds a lot. I like our hand. I'm gonna go pot. Mark him as a fish immediately. King 10, not a bad flop for King 10. Not bad. And the guy donks. I want to see table number 5. What happened? Okay. Wow, this is strange. He's also overbetting the turn into the multi-way pot. It's not something... He's leading the flop, which is okay, has sense, and he's overbetting the turn that has not much sense. Overbetting turn, multi-way, your wow, super wide range, limping, fishing, you don't have range advantage, nuts advantage, nothing like that. So this is just a complete bad play. So we can just mark him as a bad because it's clearly weak reg. It's clear he didn't work on any of this spot. He just see his hand, I have a 2-pair, I'm gonna overbet. And this guy can actually find a fold with the king queen. Jam is, I think, really bad. But what is this? He's basically saying he has a 2-pair plus. Step, turn, bet, river. We just have a call. Turning deuces into bluff, okay. Jacks versus ace king, table number 6. I would always take ace king suited, always. I would lose. Six, 9, immediately small blind versus big blind pop-up as a caller. Or c-betting quite heavily, under double barreling, 6-9. This is the guy that called call with aces. Such a creative play. You don't have any cold call of the cold 4-bet range, but this guy did make it creative. Let's put aces there. Against me, it did work perfectly, but we did recognize that he has aces. Let's go small. Add small bet on the river. A7 is actually a GTO shove. Pretty high freak GTO shove. But I don't know this guy, that's the problem. So I'm gonna call. I don't know him really well. He just came like yesterday or day, like before I think 2 days, just appeared. What I have 4-bet raiser. I think too much. 4-bet range. It's pretty value heavy. Against him I'll be folding the flop. Again guys, this guy is calling a big blind versus small blind ISO, what he called to play versus the fish. I'd say a lot of, probably like out of a lot of king jack, ace 10, ace jack off, king queen off and pocket pairs. We're gonna take the pocket pairs, call it 6-7. I think we need to go tone down the size here. I'm gonna go into the half pot region. I'm gonna go half pot. Yeah, we need to then go again. I think there'll be a lot of king jack hand, and this hand is kind of nice. I'm gonna give up this combo. I was wavering. How do you say? In my head, I didn't have time to go into it, but I think his bet check bet line, from what I see, is more value heavy. Yeah, I'm cool with him folding. I think he will just have too much. A lot of hands like ace queen off, he's gonna continue betting turn. A lot of ace 5 suited is gonna bet the turn. So yeah, he's gonna have some ace 10, ace jack type of hands, but from what I see, he will be having also like 10 jacks queens blocking this river size. We get called here by what? My king queen. Okay. Let's go half here. Or folding a flop, turn and river quite substantially. Okay. Nine, 10, queen 9. Five, 8, 9. This is the spot where I want to see a small blind strategy. Okay. You see, like now he's overbetting. Like I have a queen jack, I have a 6-7, I have a 6-7 off. So I have all of the value hands he's gonna have. So I don't see how he can overbet into that range. So that's clearly super bad play, because the amount of the hands, or the nutted hands we have basically the same, maybe I have more, because he can't limp 6-7 off. I would ISO decent amount of that spot. I would be going ISO, so, and I would have 6-7 off all of them and all of the 2 pair, and so I have more like 5-10 off, 8-10 off. So he actually shouldn't be overbetting, right? He is. He doesn't care. He's just looking at his hand. So he's, from what I see, weak reg. Now he's changing the 4-bet size of his. Okay, he actually used this double 4-bet with aces. There's no sense in changing sizings of your 4-bets. 0 cents. We're gonna overbet through 1996. I'm doing it with hand like a strong 8, like an ace 8 plus all of the like 9s, 10s, jacks. Let's check back a 2-pair, guys. I think it's good. And I'm high checking this board, so I'm gonna have a lot of king x hands. Oh, let's go have. Next time we're gonna go 3x with value. Again, I didn't play with the guy much, so. They're calling me super, super light. Okay. I don't have dynamics with these guys actually, so I mean 800 hands, I don't remember anything except that he's low aggression. When the pot is bigger, he's won. When soft flop is going down, low aggression turns and reverse. So bad player, weak player, tight player, needy player, but we will get value hands also. I think like that kind of spot, we can go such a huge for value. Like I said, I expect them to call with hands like this, so I'm going with strong 8 as an overbet with 9 stands. Where did we spot here? Like I'm going 9 stands. We're gonna check a lot of 9 stands, jacks, queens, gonna overbet the river, get called. Nice. Against the hero, not that much. Against the hero, 0.9. the fish is on the button, so his range might be still a little bit wider. Let's go into the cold 4-bet pop-up to see how this guy plays cold 4-better. So big blind versus button, and the small blind is 4.9, and let's call. Let's see how he will play. Turn, out of position, in position. I think this guy can have queens and kings and check back river, so I'm gonna jam against him. He would bet it small and check river. We had similar hands before where he's doing that, so because he doesn't want to face check and tough decision on river, so against him I will do this. Check back with pocket threes. I think we punish that strategy the most by jamming turns and not check raising flop a lot. The thing is, I know the guy, he's not bluffing rivers in this situation. So if you're gonna have hand like a queen, jack, king, queen type of hand, he's just gonna shut down. But the thing is, he's gonna be merged, and I saw that where he bets in these situations like queens and jacks and kings, and then check back the river here, betting it small, and then I just punish him the most by jamming it. So that's the thing. We're using any queen on the river against his blocks. We're gonna have king, queen, queen 10, ace, queen. Or we get called by jack, okay. Everybody calls us. Fish, regs, nits. Everybody's calling us. We are mixing half-half with calling and we also jam some. I'm gonna call this combo. I'm gonna check raise the flop. The nice is we're letting he's 3-betting 18% button versus cutoff, so we are letting him this wide range, and we're gonna go like this. We're calling a shove, of course. And a lot of people just jam like queens, kings, aces, where they should be calling. So when they call, the range is weaker a lot, and it's super great spot. I think jacks just want to jam. If we're gonna have set, or for example, if we slow played aces, or mainly if you're gonna have set, we just want to bet smaller, but with this we want to jam. He did play good, we have to say. This guy played it good. He only called with queens. So nicely played. Nothing we can do, of course, but we have to give credit because this guy did play it good. I think kings and aces more want to call. Queens, I would personally maybe jam queens and jacks more, but he played it good. Regarding our range, when you look how our range looks like, so what we're gonna have here, we're gonna have here draws, a lot of flush draws, straight draws. Our value range is gonna be on the flop. We're gonna have jacks. We're gonna queens are basically always a 4-bet, so we're not gonna have queens. We're not gonna have queens. I'm gonna go like this. So we're not gonna have queens. So jack is our top or pair. And let's go with the check raise here. I will get back into that hand, just want to play. We're gonna go with 10%. We're gonna go half pot. I was just gonna jam river. I mean, it's not impossible that he has a 10 in this line, but this is a sick hand. Big cooler, he can do nothing there. In this combo, I'm gonna actually call. Let's go with queens. Let's go into the multi-way pop-up for 3-bet pots just to see how the guy reacts. Okay, okay. Yeah, I'm gonna get back into this hand because it's interesting, just strategy-wise. So strategy-wise here, when we think how our range looks like, I'm gonna check river, it's multi-way. So when we are thinking, when we think how our range looks like, so we are check raising here, so our value range is 10s and jacks, 3s and 4s, 9s will mainly call. So that's how our value looks like. Okay, so our value is pocket 3s, pocket 4s. So pocket 3s, pocket 4s, pocket 3s, pocket 4s, 10s and jacks. And our bluff's gonna be like 5, 6, 6, 7 and flush draws. And on the turn we're gonna have many of combo draws. We're gonna have like queen jack of spade type of hands, king jack, king queen of spade, and like that hands just want to jam, right? This hand just want to jam, and I want to jam with, I definitely want to jam with my jacks. Like my jacks want to jam, and especially against the pool who is fast playing against the check raise. This guy called with queens. He should be like calling mostly kings and aces, but okay, he called with queens. It's okay play, good play. And basically our jacks are clear jam. Clear jam. So yeah, nothing to say. He played it good, and yeah, he got the hand. Let's go like this. 16. The guy saying he's betting 67s, 5x. we're gonna go with a raise. Now we don't get called when we have it. Now we're not getting called. Okay. I'm gonna go half pot on this board. The guy overfolds a lot. I'm using only bigger sizes here. I'm not gonna go this. Against him, I'll be calling. This guy's 3-betting a lot more than GTO. It's a lot wider. And check back here is okay. Check back, fold here, and we're just gonna go pot. And here with the king 10, I'm gonna go big raise. I'm gonna call and lose, but I'm gonna call it against 2x. Floated ace 9. Didn't expect from stats, but yeah, you see, 400 hands doesn't mean too much. It is indicator, but it's not sure thing. It's not 100%. It can show you, like, it can show you signs of what player is doing, but in some cases like this, it can, I mean, nothing too much for this hand, but I did expect, I mean, ace 9 is a clear float, but against this kind of stats, it's maybe possible that he would fold this kind of hand. Let me see actually how much 9x he can have on this board. It's not that much. Like his 9 is gonna be 8-9, only suited. 8-9, 7-9, like a 6-9 suited, 5-9 he doesn't have in range, and ace-9, so not too many of them. Pocket 9s also. And we're gonna go 24. So let's see how he reacts on called for bet folds. 86%. Pretty high. Pretty high. A6 suited, guys. Mainly a call. A lot of ace4, ace5. A6 mainly call. And mainly a fold on the flop. He's using correct strategy. Bigger sizes. Even on king x you can go small also. 6-8, we're gonna fold. I think here it has sense for a bigger size, especially my hand. These guys, you see, like this is fold versus flop C, but flop turn and river. The guy is all green, that means he's calling it more lightly, more loose than the GTO and the average of the regs. So yeah. This kind of boards you can go either way. The guy doesn't stab a lot on turn, he overfolds the turn, so he calls slight on the flop but folds on the turn, so that is indication we're going to want to double barrel this hand a lot. Again, this profile of the player. And table number 1 with the ace-9, small 3-bet, going to call it. This guy falls to 4 bet 88%. Calling here. I would be jamming queens. I'm gonna fold this. We are calling ace queen here. Pretty standard, small reserved around 11%. That's gonna be probably like eights plus ace queen, king queen suited, broad ace, ace 4, ace 5, ace queen gonna be call. Gonna fold the turn. Here on this flop, we're gonna check a lot of aces and kings and queens and flush draw hands. So kind of uncapped turn, a lot of overpairs in the range. I would check sometimes, like we check that pocket sixes if you remember. So I'd be checking some sets on this board to have it in the check back range. I think it's necessary on this kind of boards because people will overbet turn a lot with stabbing. So checking back with some sets to have a strong hands in checking back range is definitely something we need to do. Sometimes on the boards that are really bad for our range, that has a lot of sense. On the boards that are highly good for your range, that it doesn't have sense to protect with sets. But on boards that are heavily bad for your range, it has sense. Jack 3 we're gonna open. Pocket fours we're gonna call against a guy that has a green. Immediately he's over GTO. 70%, a lot over GTO. We see even hands like king 7, pocket 5s. We're gonna call with pocket 4s and mainly fold the flop with pocket 4s. Occasionally check raise. Pocket pair is a bluff. Against him. On this board we're just gonna fold actually. He needs to bet high freak, we're gonna fold. And on this, okay, let's go into the multi-way pop-up. Let's see, the guy is donking. So this is his first donk flop as a caller out of position multi-way. We're gonna call. We have really nice hand that can hit multiple. Now to me looks like a jack. Like he looks like a jack. He looks like a jack. And we're gonna jam. Hand that we shouldn't be jamming. But we will. Against this guy because he's folding type of fish. And when he's facing an overbet and he has a topper, I think he will be just folding. Our hand's pretty bad to bluff. Blocking a lot of his folding range. That's not great ever. Let's go 2/3 and 2/3 river, depending on the runout. I'd say it feels okay. What we're gonna do on table number 5? We're gonna ISO. Check river, table number 6. We can donk, but we want to do it against range where players, not against him. I don't know what now he's repping. Like he's repping pretty much, I think, the 7x. I don't think with this aggression he's tabbing a lot of king x hands. I don't know, like what this happened. Why? Probably bluffing it with, I don't know. Trying to get us off something. Probably something like that, not sure. We're gonna go small table number 4. Table number 6. Our hand is not great. Against an orbit it's fold, against this it's mixing. He's double, so you see like this is c-bet range, out of position, c-bet range, in position. You see green on the flop, so indicates he will over c-bet the flop, but on the turn it's pretty tight. Draw heavy, equity heavy, river is pretty bad because a lot of his bluffs are come here and he's not bluffing on the 10. And on the river, if he goes polar, our hand is actually not bad as a bluff catcher if he goes like a big size or overbet, but against the medium size where he's gonna say like against 75% it's pretty bad because now he's gonna his range, his value range is gonna be king queen plus a lot of king queen off, ace queen off, kings, 2 pairs, but against polarized on the river it's kind of not that bad. Now then we're blocking straights and then we're blocking 2 pairs, but against normal size I would fold. Against an overbet I would be thinking pocket force we're gonna call. Let's see, cutoff versus early 6% till now. You see only nuts hands, only premiums. Calling the flop. I'm just thinking what I want to do. Pocket tens we're gonna 3-bet, 6-7 we're gonna fold. 3 hours, guys. 3 hours. We're not done yet. How about where we look at this, like we're gonna, this is when to showdown, and this is when to showdown when the pot is big. So this guy, when the pot is big, is sticky, not folding. He's not folding even now, but we hopefully get it through. The point is when I'm betting the flop with 7s, I kind of need to bluff a lot to make it profitable. And this guy is not that great because first he will have a lot of broadways off hands like queen jack off, queen 10 off, jack 10 off, all these hands. So it's not super exciting spot to be. And this is also the new feature where I see like when it was soft flop, it's nice to know together with aggression, but I want to also know when the pot is bigger, like what is changing. Is he more aggressive? We also have in the bet river pop-up, we have all of that, but it's also a nice indication. Here you have it, what he does when, let's see, somebody that has sample, let's like this guy. We go into the river bet pop-up and we immediately see, okay, how much he bluffs in the big pots. We don't see any bluffs. So all value in the 120 blinds plus pot. So this is like when gets called, it's gonna be 300 over 240 blinds. So it's gonna be deep pots. How much he will bluff? You see, like this guy will not bluff shit. So all value, 2 pair, set. So in the big pots, we don't see bunch bluffs. He had one bluff with an overbet with pocket fives deep in situation where he called the flop check turn and he had under pair on the 10-10 jack, so he didn't have anything, and then he go with the overbet shove with the pocket fives, and that's it. So that definitely it's nice to know how they play big pots, how they play small pots, how much they bluff in these spots, how much they fall to raise in this situation. But it's also nice to know when you see that when soft flop is changing depending on if the pot is bigger, and you see like if they are more stationary, if they are more wanting to call down. So you see also when to showdown. I want to see here like what we're gonna do, and not great, I have to be honest, because this is his first forward, but this combo I always jam. So we're gonna jam. And first 4-bet and a bluff one. Nice. So first 4-bet and fold versus shove. This combo is always a shove for me. So usually against a guy that didn't 4-bet in position for 1000 hands. This is button versus big blind, button versus small. He didn't 4-bet at all. First 4-bet and he bluff. He immediately folded. So nice. Mostly ace king is a jam. Mostly. I call against some people small amount, right? Really small amount. Okay, we're gonna go small. Let's check. I don't think this is 3 street hand, so having a club we can just check and or we open the river. Let's see how much he opens. Check, call, check. Let's see, check, call, check, fold. Let's see, bet versus me, see, bet. Let's see how much he bets straight. He also blocked straight, so okay, we have just a call. This guy did include into the block, he blocked a straight as a step on the river. Let's actually see that hand. No, he actually, it was actually straight plus, it was actually nuts. So he put nut flush in that range. Not a straight, just a straight plus, so this is a flush. He put the nuts in that block. This is not a block, so it looked to me that we can raise for value. But I just called. We have double belly now. We should be facing overbet on turn and our hand is fold. So not great. Ace 5 we're gonna check raise. We have deuces, we have threes in the range. We have jack X, so I'm gonna mix with ace jack, king jack with the check raise, and I'm gonna go small size. I'm gonna go like this. We're gonna have some king jack, ace jack, deuces and threes. Jacks I would mainly call. Against him I would be folding here. See bet and fold to check raise 38%, more than the GTO. See bet and a 3-bet. Top pair or pair. So this guy is fast playing queens, kings. He's just 3-betting flop immediately. We have backdoor out, so we're gonna call the... Calling with sevens. This is his 3-bet range, all in red. You see, like, I really like this kind of guys because when they're using a 3-bet in a spot they need to call, then it's super good for us. Because then we can take their calling range quite heavily. So if the guy called here, we can just discount immediately a lot of queens, kings, aces from his range, ace jack even, and then some. Then its situation is better. Squeeze here. I'll actually go like this and block rear here. I'm mostly calling, but I would say like this deep calling versus a squeeze looks a lot like tens, jacks, queens. Looks like that a lot. And suited broadways basically. I think our hand is a check, but let me see. Unfortunately, we don't have anything. Yeah, I think clear check on the flop. We can check some aces. Like this board is hitting his range quite heavily. We don't have much of the like tens and jacks. We shouldn't be having much of tens and jacks. I did have now pocket nines now, so I can have pocket tens. But yeah, I think bet. I did go 20% there just because I can have tens and jacks also, but shouldn't be having them quite a lot. And he will always have squeezing tens and jacks and always call a forward with them, so he will have all combos of tens and jacks. So yeah, my range will kind of look like queens plus, ace king, ace queen as a bluff, some king queen suited, king jack suited, ace 4, ace 5 type of hands. And I think when it look of that kind of range, it looks like everything wants to bet, right? Especially if we're gonna have sometimes tens and jacks. But if we're not gonna have tens and jacks, then suddenly we need to have a checking range also. So what we want to check, we're gonna have some king jack, we're gonna have some ace jack suited, we're gonna have some aces that can check, some pocket jacks. But no, like pocket nines, if we are betting them, we need to bluff them, basically. It sounds ridiculous, but I think that's maybe the worst hand in our range. Because I would rather have king queen or king 10 or an ace jack or whatever, or ace queen or ace king than this. I'm not sure still. We will start to jam. I feel like this guy is forfeiting me super a lot this session. I'm gonna actually see it. Yeah, it's like he's overdoing it against me. So yeah. So when I see that somebody's all forfeiting me, I mean I'm not falling to forbets with hands that I'm gonna call, but I'm just going with my bluffing range. I include like ace 7, ace 4, ace 5, king 10 suited, ace queen off, some. Maybe even like some ace 10 suited, not bad. Maybe even some like king queen suited as a jam. When I see that somebody's overdoing it. Because if they're over forfeiting, it's you actually punish the most by jamming, because suddenly they're unrealizing the equity and their bluffs are just in a shitty spot because they always have to fold them. And if they have more bluffs than they should, they need to fold more often. So jack 10. What happened here? I want to see on river. I want to see the river. Yeah, this guy bluffed here, but this guy is losing on the sample of 50k hands with me on the table. But I immediately just feel I just felt immediately that this session he's more aggressive with pre-flop. And yeah, then I can immediately adjust to shove a little more. Not just in usual like ace 5 suited, ace 4 suited, like then we include ace 7 suited. And king 10, I like king 10 suited because it unblocks ace jack and ace queen off, so. And of course ace 5, ace 4. So I like that hand as a 5-bet jam because against like jacks and queens you have decent amount of equity, and against ace king, you know, you block ace king. If you run into it, then whatever. I don't think we can rep much here when we didn't snap the flop. We can rep ace X that check behind. That's why we need to check. It's like we need to sometimes check even 5x. We're gonna check aces here on these pair boards, but we also need to check some trips. Let me see this. Let's go like this. We're gonna sometimes have an ace 6 that double checked on the river, and we're gonna have pocket sixes, and I would go like 3x, 300% pot. So let's put 9-10. Queen jack off, table number 2. 7-8 suit, 7-8 off. We would open 7-8 suited. King Jack off. Okay. Nothing. 7-9 off. 3-4 suited. We're gonna play. Eight five, and we're gonna open if we come to the small blind. If nobody raises, we can open 8-5 suited. Guys under 3-betting big blind versus small blind, only 15% instead of the 19%, almost 20 basically. And against hero, he's in 16%. So we can open even more wider than that. Uh, 5-9, gonna call. 7-10 off. I think we can do it. Pocket force. Let's see how this guy plays deep. See, bets every board deep. But his range, look, versus the hero 2.2%. We're gonna just fold the flop. And now we just have to bet it, guys. What we're gonna do on table number 4. Let's go betting small. Betting small river, block river. This guy's not checking aces here. Look at his check behind range. Versus the hero, he's actually checking. Look at this, I didn't see this. Against us, he's actually checking a lot of top pairs. Let's see low boards. He's also checking over pairs, that's not great. Gotta fold against him. His raise on the river is super value heavy. I didn't see one bluff when he raised it. Okay. I'm also under folding to river raises, so not the best person to raise as a bluff, especially in this kind of spot. But this kind of guy, you see, I didn't look at the HUD a lot, but you see, he's c-betting 72%. You see this, he's c-betting 72%, but he's checking back all pairs, aces, queens, kings on low boards, on queen XX boards. He's checking top pairs against us, so his strategy against us is way different than against the pool. Against us, his check range is 39% against 20%, and a lot of top pairs or pairs. And I didn't look at it, I just look at the number in HUD. So definitely something to see. because if I did take a look at the HUD, I would completely play the hand differently. That means we need to attack his betting against us, because if he's gonna check back that strong against us, this is 40% checking back against us, and a lot of overpairs, top pairs, middle pairs plus. So definitely this is actually really important. So yeah, if I did take a look at the HUD, I would play different the hand, but I did mm, lazy. I was lazy in few spots, really lazy, and got punished. Ace 3. I'm gonna go with the check. I just feel like he will trap us or has complete garbage, so there's no anything we can get called by. We're just gonna call this kind of boards. We're not gonna check raise. I would be calling even pocket tens here. And these kind of boards, I think, just protecting your range with the call. You have significant range disadvantage. So just protecting everything by call, and we're gonna be completely fine. Because otherwise, if you split your range between check raising, you're gonna be vulnerable with. So just calling, and that's it. This guy is double barreling a lot. We see trash on the turn, but he gives up river. So we're just gonna call here. We need to know what we'll do. He'll give up king queen. He's not gonna bluff, right? So against these kind of guys, you see immediately in the HUD. Flop and turn, green, over aggressive, and then shutting down on river. And then you have an easy game, guys. Just like we're gonna call every pocket fives, pocket sixes on the turn, every. And the thing is, now we need to fold them on river, because this guy, like, he's not bluffing here. Like, he's not bluffing a king queen on the river. He's never good with a king queen, of course. He knows that. And I'm gonna go actually in 7.5. I'm gonna go 30.5. 150 on the river. Again, we're called super light. We are called super light. Pocket deuces. It's always important to recognize player like this, because against them you want to call every bluff catcher on turn. Every. I need to fold this, and I don't like it. We have a new table ready, so we're gonna go into the new one. And it's actually a good table. I need to fold the ace jack suited against this guy. I'll put this one. Betting here, folding. We're gonna go small turn. And he overfolds turn, but on the rivers, I'm gonna go I'm gonna go normal size. Fold to double barrel 83. Let me see actually. Yeah. He actually folds river really a lot. Let's see what he called. He called with a king 10 middle pair. He hit at the top pair on turn, called the river, but generally everything else he folded out of position. So even his went to showdown is 37. It seems that this guy is on the tighter side. So fish that's gonna be folding. So I just put one like medium size. On river I want to bet still 8s, 9s, queens, jacks. So one size is good. We have a guy that is red, gray. So really guy that's under barreling, a really tight guy. And let's see look at his keeps even folds 62. When he's checking, he's mostly folding. So let's go really small, and that's basically it. We go block, he calls ace queen. Has a clear raise, he just calls. Nice. Nice. It's always good. I should also increase my size here. Now we're gonna double barrel him frequently. 87 hands. We don't know anything about him basically. Jack 9, we're gonna fold pocket sixes. Gonna jam. Jack 9, we're gonna fold. And yeah. I also did work a little bit on the turn check back ranges, and it's quite interesting to see the GTO is checking in many situations really strong, like sets that I didn't see that any of the pool is doing, like sets, some flushes. And I did go through my pool and nobody is checking in these situations. And then when you have that strong of the check back range in some spots, then against a block on the river you can just trap much wider range. That's also nice. Let's go here. It's like he's over c-betting, but he is actually over check folding. So against him on this board I'll go 75. Check call, check fold 47. Check call, check call, check call, check call, check fold 67. So what's gonna be his check calling range? Like Queen X, Jack X. I think Ace King he would mostly bet. Pretty bad. I think this generally is now a bad spot for B bluffing. Don't like it. Don't like it anymore. Don't like it. We're just gonna be give upping. If I'm betting the turn, we're gonna bluff the river. We did give up, so I think this hand is, I would bet it most of the time. but we see that he is under over c betting his green color. Against us he's actually under c betting, so he's making, just by looking at how he play versus you, versus the hero, we can see a lot of how people make adjustments. For example, in couple of situations now we saw how he changes, player change his complete strategy against the hero. In this situation we saw his check range is not that strong, but against hero he's checking 40% range against 28% of range, and then we suddenly see all these over pairs, top pairs that he's checking back, and suddenly on the river when he's raising he's wrapping much wider range for value, and that's becoming a problem. Against him I will be folding ace queen off, really folding a lot on 4 bets. It looks really tight and passive pre-flop. We're gonna mark him as mid, and I'm gonna fold ace queen that I'm usually calling in these spots. We're gonna show some respect for his range. I'm gonna fold. Usually that's like cutoff versus middle position. Ace queen off is calling half of the, little less than half. A little less than half of the time. So against good guys I would be calling it. Against more aggressive guys, against this type of player I'm gonna fold. I think that's okay. I hope the sound will be good now, and maybe quality of the everything, because now I did it in a new tool that I did get that should be better. For 6 tabling I think it's better. You're gonna let me know in the comment if it's good or not. If not, we can always get back into the 4 tables, 2 tables. When we're less tables we can do more talking. When we're 6 tables, more action. Even today is not good. There wasn't that much of the action going on. I think we can bet here now, right, for value. Let's see his stabbing range on the turn. Caller out of position, step turn 22%. A lot of top pairs, step turn bet river. He's folding versus delay 71, check raising to delay 5.9. We're not gonna be check raised at all. He's gonna mostly be folding, okay. And we're gonna pick up the pot with pocket 5. That's good, because every river is potential threat for our hand that we could get sucked out, maybe even bluffed. So yeah, it's nice to pick up pot immediately. King 8 we're gonna call. I'm bored at King 8. I wouldn't donk, but I think it's okay. This hand's gonna be checked a lot, so donking range has sense immediately. When the hand is checking a lot, donking becomes an option. I'm gonna go small the river. Tens versus jacks against this guy that looks like a nit a lot. This guy is stacking off with tens. This guy hits jacks, like this is gross. I'm gonna go 9, fold. Guy is tanking. And he is value heavy. We 5 bet. Use the right size. Let's go into the deep pop-up to see how much this guy falls to 3-bet. Yeah, against him we'll actually go with 3-bet, 6-7 suited. 3-bet caller. No sample. This is deep pop-up with 150 blinds effective. And we don't see that the guy did anything. We're gonna have a lot of small bets and the big bets. Let's use a big bet with 6-7 suited to immediately take like a 9 stance. Floating hands. I would do a lot of 20%. Generally, our queens, kings want to go big. But let's just use this hand. People will react deep in overfolding a bunch. Blocking a set. No 2-pair possibility. Except 6-8 suited, which is only 2 combos. Alright. Jacks are mixing half-half. We're gonna call this time. We flop the quads. We flopped with 3 and 3, also quads. The guy gave up on the river, and that was this guy actually. Against him, I will be going with the check. We're gonna have here 8s, 9s, 10s, pocket 6s, 7x. We can have a check back range. I'm gonna jam this combo. And we're just gonna go like we're gonna wrap basically. I think our value range has to be a king hand, like king that check, like ace king. We're gonna have small amount of ace king. King queen I would bluff a lot. Fortunately we don't get paid. Unfortunately nothing. Let's see this guy. Against him, guys, I will actually go small. Even we are a little deeper. We're gonna go small. We're gonna go into the small blind versus big blind. 3-bet as a caller, so we see here how he reacts. As a caller for the 3-bet, we see he only calls with a smaller size of 17% of range. So even we use a super small size as a 3-bet size, he is actually 4-betting more, but not flatting a lot of hands. And we see his 4-bet range king 7, so looks kind of normal. We have clear call with this. And let's see now how he's... So 4-bet range is going to be like ace 4, ace 5, ace 10 off, ace jack off. And let's put the small one versus big blind. 4-bet as a raiser. So we now see how he plays as a 4-better. We see his 4-bet range. We see suited trash, king 7 suited. We see king jack off, ace jack off. So already all of this stuff that we discussed. He bet. We're going to call with the ace jack. We see his turn strategy, check fold high, turn double barrel king. He shoved with the king 7. Triple barrel, nothing, okay. We are beating king jack, ace 10. Have a monster of draw. We're gonna bet here. He's gonna have tens and jacks. We're gonna bet here. I'm gonna go. I think we need to go polar, so I'm gonna go half pot. I don't see sense going small, so we're only getting big. We're calling a shove. We're gonna take his like ace king hands, hands like tens, jacks. He's gonna call tens and jacks. He didn't ever check raise, check shove the turn, which in this spot, I mean, it's not that easy to find what's gonna check raise as a bluff in your range. Okay, you can have some ace 4 suited, ace 5 suited, so we're gonna have some flush draws, but generally I think you want to bet a lot. And he check jam with kings, which is okay. When we're betting, we want to use bigger size. Basically, fold him out of the ace king is good. And we can still suck out against the queen, and against tens and jacks we can bluff off river. King jack we can call, and we're gonna check jam the flop. Let's go button versus big blind just to see. Okay, 4-bet range, 14%, so he has bluffs in it. And he checked back a king x board. What is that? I'm gonna go again half pot here. I'm gonna generate. I don't know, like probably has, I don't know, like queens that didn't want to bet, or jacks, or lower king like a bluff, like king 10 suited, king 9 suited, whatever. So here, when he called the turn and he called a half pot, he has to have a made hand, right? He has to have some pair that folded. So it seems that he folded river with queens, like, or jacks, or tens. Let's actually call. The guy's folding 68% to 3-bet. So let's actually call this. Call 4-bet here. And let's 3-bet here. We're gonna go small here. 20%. I'm gonna go 1/3 turn. I think with this size we can attack hands like pocket 9s, pocket 5s, pocket 6s. Let's see his check fold turn. I'm gonna fold. and give up here. This guy jammed with jacks there. It was an interesting spot. Jam with jacks. So he sees us as super bluffy, it seems. I mean, jacks in 3-way, 3 max is okay. Yeah. I think it's okay. This is his stabbing position. We're gonna immediately fold. Ace 10 off, we're gonna open. Okay. 7-10. Pocket fives. 3-8-10. .6 calling range against 2.5x. 4.7 to. So this is how he reacts to certain sizes calling. So this guy is playing. He's calling cutoff. Spots he shouldn't be calling. I think we're gonna check still here. It's not like that we have. Let's see here. Check bet. See, whenever he's bluffing with smaller sizes and whenever he's in a big size. Smaller size I should use, 1/3. Yeah. 1/3 just to make them more tough. Like this they will fold everything. So bad size in my opinion. Jacks. What happened? Tens versus nines. Let's see that. Okay, check. Everything is okay. Really needy guy. Against him we can change strategy and 3-bet smaller size also. Even from the big blind. Or we can go into the super polar 3-bet and have a lot more bluffs. And still use the same size. I'm gonna bet small, 57% of range. So he's gonna have like a jack-8 off in the range. 5-6 off also. 42% of range. Yeah, I see. We're gonna go like this. So this is his range against 2.5 till 3. We have 5-6 off, 7-10, King 7. So it's gonna be more like calling plus 3 betting is gonna be around 64, 63. Going small, table number 1. These guys, this is fold versus c-bet out of position, fold versus double barrel, triple barrel. All is in red, means he's or folding a lot. He is check raising. It is in green. It indicates he is check raising as a bluff a lot, which is gonna call it pocket fours. Bluffing range would be like 6, 7, 7, 8. Pocket deuces, threes, some like king deuce type of hands. Checker is flop and bet 99%, so he's betting draws and gut shots. So he never checked when check raised. We're gonna go small. I would say he's mostly giving up, yeah. That means the small size is even better. A7. Almost 4 hours now. Hope you like the new this format. This is like my usual session. On Ipoker I'm playing 6 tables. On Poker Stars I only played 4 tables. But on the Ipoker now I feel it's much easier than on Stars, so I can play 2 more tables and not lose edge. And color marking is also helping me a lot, because I don't even look at numbers, I just see colors and part of range and I immediately know which type of range I want to attack. So it's saving me to looking at numbers, so that's also helpful. But generally, mostly because the pool on Ipoker is much weaker than on Stars. One-third table number 6. These guys actually also are 4 falling versus a big blind. Check back. Bet river. This combo I'm jamming. It's not a perfect guy, but I'm gonna jam this combo. We are getting bluffed today, guys. They are bluffing us. The good news is that it doesn't work well for them. We did get hands, so that's nice. We did jam. Unfortunately, with that jacks, we didn't get nothing. The guy even on the king on the river didn't try anything, so he had some showdown. But I just feel he's just shutting down the rivers, this levelized guy. You see, like, when we saw in the HUD, he came up with that king queens, but that indicates the colors. It's like green on the flop, turn, river is, and then the big pot he's when soft flop is going down. That indicates he's not gonna bluff you much in the bigger pots. Let's actually see in the river bet pop up in a huge pot. Is he ever bluffing? Never. Yeah. It's just that kind of guy. It's just that kind of player. So against him, the strategy should be exploitively just calling every possible bluff catcher, because you will over realize equity. We're gonna go 3-bet with this. Raise 46, isolate limper 27. We're gonna use our smaller size. King 9, I'm gonna fold. Pocket 7s against a bigger size. Let's see what he's using with the bigger size. He's rarely betting bigger size. And on this board, I don't see much of the bigger size. Yeah, I have pot a lot. Some overbets and 1/3. 75, I'm not sure even if it's there. 1/3 half, and the overbet has sense to me. He hit the king 9. Let's go small on turn. This guy is we're gonna check river. If we don't hit, he's passive. He's not gonna. Now we're gonna jam. See, he didn't check raise with the deuce. So our strategy is perfect against him. I'm gonna just call, and we're gonna call river. Check back a6. He didn't overbet the turn, so I could even raise the turn. He's generally putting all in the overbet in these situations. You see how his overbet range is mostly value here. So hand like a straight or set or 2 pair, he would overbet. So our ace-8 can check raise. And if I did look at the HUD again, and that happens to me sometimes, I'm just lazy and I just look at the HUD and I don't go into the pop-ups. And in the pop-ups, you see everything. For example, here we saw that he's splitting his range. A lot of overbetting. A lot of overbetting is going to happen on this Broadway where he has these 2 pairs and sets, and now when he's not overbetting, his range is going to be a lot weaker. And then we could have check raised the turn with a hand that is never check raised turn because he's unbalanced in this size, and we could make let me see here. I'm just gonna go 2/3 the turn. He's overfolding a turn, so I can expect him to fall like 6s, 7s. 8x should be continuing. Some hands like K10, H-Jack that floated the flop. Pocket pairs, deuces, 3s, 4s. I think it's good with our hand. The size, I think it fits. Jack 6, ace 3. I'm gonna check back. This guy is understabbing against a hero was so less smaller size with him like gut shots, silly size on river. Okay. I generally see his orbit range. Yeah, I'm gonna call it ace 3. Pretty bad river. Pretty bad river. Most of his natural bluffs are here, so bet check bet here. I want to see if this guy ever bluffed after check check. King 7. We are pretty high in the range, actually, but doesn't matter when 27 aggression will be here. It is also nice to see how people, this is aggression versus the hero, so you'll immediately know how much he's aggressive against you, for example. And when you see he's only aggressive against me on the flop, and on the turn and river he's not aggressive, and when you see something like that, you can easily make folds. I mean, my hand is candidate for calling in the bet check bet line, which is bluffed line a lot. He's gonna come to river with hands like, I don't know, like ace 4, ace 5, but that we also unblock. Hands like king x, like king 4, king 5. That what he can do now with them on the river. So definitely we should be calling. But when I did take a little closer look, I can make this kind of folds and maybe call with a heart there. So I wouldn't like now suddenly, because I saw that in the HUD, I wouldn't like fold everything that is not a straight, but some hands that are 50-50 I can just fold more than call. But generally I will never adjust in a way that I'm against somebody calling all my all bluff catcher or folding my all bluff catchers. So whenever you're doing adjustment, and we did have this discussion on Discord where a lot of good players are also speaking about that spot, you don't ever want to go adjust. People usually over adjust. They're suddenly folding everything, calling. So against me, they're mostly calling all of their bluff catchers, and that's it. So they're not thinking about the spot. They're just, okay, he's spewy, he's bluffing way too much, I'm gonna just call him always. And when people adjust like that way, it's going to be highly variance heavy, and people can counter adjust against you really easily, and you can be in trouble. But if you go step by step, you can never be in trouble, because if I'm starting, okay, I'm not gonna call like 50%, I'm gonna call 40%. I'm just gonna fold less against this guy, for example. I'm just gonna call him a little more. If you go step by step, you can never be counter exploited. So that you're always making adjustment step by step, tiny step by tiny step. That's the way to go, and that's how I'm usually doing it. Okay, tens against ace king, pretty sick hand. It was. I thought it was actually that it was actually played post flop, but not here. It was just all in pre-flop. Thought it would be a big setup if he's just 3-bet pot. But like this, it's no. This guy's actually losing in this sample, okay. Let's go 3-betting this against this guy. Let's go into deep pop-up just to see how he plays deep. Maybe 2.5 is good, not sure. Call against 2.5. He's actually folding more again. Okay, he's called 6-8, so probably sample issues. But based on this, he's calling more against a bigger size than against a smaller size. But probably it's sample issues. We add also this thing that you asked, what he opened with different raise sizes, because suddenly it seems that people are changing look at this guy is sometimes opening 4-5 bb's. That's probably when the fish is in and you want to see which hands he's using. So you see 7-8 suited, ace 10 of think it's important to know that. I think it's important to know that, because suddenly I saw a lot of people just playing different size openings, which shouldn't be happening, but it is happening. You see, like this guy is using it. Let's see on cutoff. So sometimes he opened 2x, sometimes he opened 2.5 to 3x on button. Also sometimes 3x. He go 3.5x with queens. So that's something you usually want to see. So we add also that for all positions. That's especially useful when you see a fish, because when it's a big whale, everything is changing. People start opening 7x, 5x. They start to 3-bet. You see, like their 3-bet size can be normal one or it can be huge one. You also want to see that, how they change their 3-bet sizes. So we did put everything there. And it seems it's important. I also notice I have also noticed a lot of people start limping, which is insane. They start limp strategy, and when I go into the new limp pop-up, and then I see like they started limping, and then you see like they are limping 1% of range, 1.5% of range. Then you see like they start limp 3-betting aces, kings. Insane. So few racks start to doing that. Button versus big blind, double barreling 50. I don't know. I wrote about that on the Discord. Like, is this a trend? What is going on? I saw like 4 eggs that weren't fish at the table that start just limp strategy, and then you see like their limping range. It's all like nuts hands, and their limp 3-bet is like 100%. Like what? Why? And fold versus middle position. Some crazy trend, and it was like 5-6 regs. Let's do this. Let's go 40. I think we're gonna look a lot like ace king like this. Doesn't matter. Okay, the guy wins. We're gonna open jacks. check back. Look at this. This is his check betting range. You see it's green. He's over betting, but he's not check folding at all. He's always check calling. What he's check calling with? He check back. Okay, his checking range is bad. We're gonna go bet here. Let's go like this. He had 2 pair, but he hit that 2 pair on turn. So his check back range is had king deuce or king 6-8. Wow, this is really interesting play. You're betting 73%, and now you're raising the turn. Like, what bluffs you will have now? Because you will bluff everything on the flop, like all the king, jack 8, jack king, jack 9, jack 8, all of this stuff. Even hands like backdoors with 6-7, you're gonna bluff on the flop. So really nice play. That's why I always try to putting the sizings with my value hand and with hands like this. So I'm gonna have pocket fours here, queen 10. On this kind of the board, when he check back, a lot of my range is going to be also king queen, ace queen. That's why I wouldn't overbet a lot in this situation, and I would have a lot of normal size because I have this many queen x hands that wants to bet. I'm gonna go check back the flop. This guy is in it. Let's go half pot here. It's a good card for him. My hand is not bad as a shove. I'm gonna call shove here. He should be having raising range at the flop, very much at, I think, queens. I think he's mostly check folding now. Queens. So I would be here when he raises. I would be quite happy to shove my overpairs immediately when he's gonna having raising range here in this board where he shouldn't be. He's using also this 8-9 suited, which is ridiculous. So yeah, okay. I would be jamming immediately when I see a raising range on that board. I would be jamming all over pairs. I wouldn't call anything here. I would just jam or fold. So we're gonna jam 9s, 10s, jacks, 8x, 5x, ace 5, 4, 5. We're gonna have this 5, 6 suited. Everything I would be just jamming whenever I see a raising range on this board. Just jamming ace king with a backdoor draw, like I would play aces kings. Just jam and that's it. And if you're gonna play this strategy, raise 8x, it's gonna be nice when we have all of these 9s, 10s, jacks. And what's your calling range gonna do now when I see that you're doing this? What's your calling range gonna look like if you're raising 8-9 suited? Your calling ranges look like probably under pairs, right? And the floating, like, so it's gonna be 6s, 7s, 4s, 3s, deuce, and the king queen, king jack with the backdoor, ace 10. And if I know that, then it's really easy to play, because whenever you're calling, I can just go super easy. checking range on the flop. Checking my whole range on the flop. And I'm going to check raise queens. But the worst thing is when these guys made this such a place, which is super bad play, never super totally un-GTO play. They just against me it pays out perfect. And my counter strategy is like max exploit for their strategy because I knew the guy will raise a lot of. I feel like he would raise any overpair there. Like, okay, pocket queens if you're gonna raise have sense. Even I wouldn't raise this board at all. I just don't see a sense in having a raising range on that board. Out of position has 5x. Out of position has 5x. Has all of these overpairs that are crushing your range, like queens, kings, and aces. How can you raise? Like even you raise, I just feel he would raise 9s, 10s, jacks. So I would be just jamming quite everything, and that's it. I'm gonna go half pot here. I'm calling there. And we're gonna go overbet here. And 3-bet here. We see like this guy starting 3xing. We're gonna go overbet here. He also here we are gonna have queen 10 sets. He shouldn't be doing this deep ever. If we face a bet, I would be jamming river. We have all the full houses in the range. So queen 10 can do shit against that range. He gave up with the 10 high. I think he needs to bet it probably like 80%. I'm gonna go 75. I think folding the river here is the play. Against the hero. He only bluffed in really small pots. Never bluffed in a bigger one. If I'm having a spade, it's okay. It's snap. I'm gonna be folding here. We are saying we have a jack 10 here. Interesting hand, table number 5. Really interesting. Let's see. Unlucky here, played it good. Let's go 22. Queen Jack is mostly a call. Let's go into the 4-bet pop-up just quickly to see. Four-bet caller. Bet check bet. Bet check bet here. Pot. Weird. Weird line, I have to say. Really weird line. Let's go half on the river. Ace 10. This guy bluffed us, unfortunately. It was the spot we have to fold. Unfortunately, we have to fold. I'm gonna go half pot here, a little deeper. This is his check fold turn. It's red, means he's more tighter, more passive, stuff like that. I'm gonna go bigger here. When we are deeper, we're gonna use the GTO size. This is interesting now. When we face a double check. Looks like a 9 stands, Jack X. We're just gonna rep hand like a Queen 10, Ace Queen. Maybe even some King X hands that did check, but mostly like Ace Queen, Queen 10, Queen 9, basically Queen X. Let's go bigger size here. I'm gonna go bigger size here. Ace 8. Ace 10. Ace 10 suited. This is very bad board. This is how the bad board looks like. I think it's super good board for imposition. Check call. This guy is on the tighter side, but I think even he has to. Yeah, we're gonna go. I think we're gonna bluff here. Now he's gonna still have a lot of pairs. I'm just thinking about the size I want to use, and I think around like this. I think now on like queens, kings, aces, I just want to bet. Just thinking which size I want to use. He's gonna have this like pocket fives, pocket fours, queen seven suited type of hands. It's heads up, his range is gonna be wider. We're gonna bluff this. I don't like orbit size, I like the round pot. Like 87%. Jack 10. Jack 10, table number 1. Table number 1. The guy gets disconnected. King 10. Nice. This guy didn't jam. Deuce 8, we're folding. Let's see, big blind versus small blind. He's checking range, I want to see. Pretty trashy. Fold versus delay. Call versus delay. I guess he's gonna fold. Pocket fours, 6-4 off. Okay, pocket fours we're gonna open, deuces we're gonna fold. Deuce, queen deuce we're gonna fold, not deuces. This guy, see, green indicates he's folding less than a GTO, so he's more loose, more aggressive, folding less, and then he overfolds heavily on the river. bet on pocket fours. So this guy will float hands like ace-10 here, some suited hands like queen-10, queen-jack. The backdoors he's gonna check raise. Let me see, 30%. Oh, he's gonna check raise some of this also. We see his check raise and has. I don't see actually. I just see equity. I don't see like a backdoor hands. So this hand's gonna be in his calling range. I'm gonna check. Just let me see again. In his calling range, do we have these hands? Yeah, see, backdoor hand's gonna be okay. I'm gonna go 7.5. We're calling fives now. I mean, we are folding regardlessly when we are deeper with him. But unfortunately, not great spot for us to bluff with him here. Usually, we can play these pocket pairs as a bluff raises, steps. It's always nice with these hands. You're mostly gonna have unblockers to his folding range, so it's nice bluffs, but in this situation we are handcuffed. This guy just jammed 7-8. He's stronger than us, but this guy tanked with kings. I mean, I'm gonna go 6.9. Cold calls a 3-bet, 14%. King jack off in the range. He has a high check raise, so usually board where we need to bet range, but he's cold 3-bet. I mean, he's gonna probably has like all queen jack hands, queen 10, ace 10, ace jack, pocket fours, pocket sevens, all of these kind of things. Our jacks are pretty bad call on the river. Even the guy is really aggressive. Super aggressive on rivers. Let's see his river. He has trash. We just have to call him off even with the worst possible calling hand. He had queen jack off, right? Like we said, he's just gonna have too much of these soft Broadway hands. We're blocking jack queen jack, but Insanity bluffed river here. Look, let's take a look at that hand. Yeah, he called a called 4-bet with king 5 suited. The guy called him with the ace king. Nice hand. Interesting action, guys. Really interesting action. Let's check. I think this guy will be checking a lot of his range. 23%. C bet only. Flop check call. See, he has still, he check called with trips. Let's go with bet. I mean, it's easily possible here that this guy has a queen X still. It's highly possible because he's really low aggression on rivers. Raise versus bet, straight plus 2 pair. Never ever raised as a bluff here, and this is specific spot because I can easily have a queen here. And against me, I'm just gonna fall against this guy. Let's go immediately into 3-bet pop-up. We see 18% against us. 3-bet pot is a raiser. We see that he's not range aware, that his range is polar. He's having 78% of betting range. Check call. We're gonna just check call turn and river. I think he will be way over bluffing in this spot, and I expect a lot of ace X. Just go follow through. Okay, let's go like this. This is not great. It's actually fold, especially against this side. This is check fold the river, so it's not that low, and he likes to call off with. I mean, he would be bluffing everything. So on this kind of turn, so he has some showdownable hand, and like you see, he would call basically. He's calling a lot of weak hands here, so I expect him. He is capping himself quite hard when he's checking back here, so I would be bluffing my pocket pairs that called. He used small size on the flop, right? So I'm gonna call pocket nines, pocket tens. I'm gonna bluff the river with nines and tens for sure. So let's go call here. Let's try this. He should be having check range. So we're gonna immediately attack. And I'm gonna be checking here. And ace king 7. Our range is polar, so this is not a range bet. It's still high freak bet, but not a range bet. We're gonna check back some ace X hand, so 3-bet is caller, fold versus delay. tables are starting to break up. I just want to quickly have in the reserve table. It is almost 4 a.m. Against this side, unfortunately, it's fold. Sometimes 4-bet is a bluff. Let's go 4.5. It's a bit 4.9. We're gonna go small. We're gonna go 20 again. We're gonna bluff river. We are blocking in 9. Fortunately, we are blocking the folding range here, but I would be bluffing with, again, like this. Guy is calling with the set. You see, that is respect. Call with the set against a block, 3 blocks. Okay. That is called respect. He called us flop. It's monotone board, it's tricky, I don't mind the call. Small raise is also okay. We're gonna call turn and see the river. And I think with the river now we can just bet 75, right? We're gonna have some king 10, checking back, king 9. So we're gonna go with like 75. We're gonna also have some 2 pairs. Yeah, I think we would need to round 2 pairs, so I'm gonna be potting it. We're gonna have queen jack. We're gonna also have some king jack checking back, queen jack. But mostly it's gonna be around 2 pairs. So queen jack, king jack. And eventually hand like king 10 can play like this. King 10. I wouldn't be stabbing this board very frequently, so. Let's go with this small blind versus big blind. He overfolds to c-bets. I'm gonna go half pot. This is his calling range versus 3-bet. I think he will call hand like queen 6. Straight, okay. Sick. Checking table number 3. We're gonna jam nines. I have one more table on the right side, guys. And I'm having kings, and the guy is 3-betting me. Cutoff versus button, we're gonna go 4-bet. I'm gonna quickly show you the hand. We get it in against an ace king. We win. I put it that because if this table breaks, I can put it immediately. Sixes, we're gonna open. We're gonna call a jam. Half pot. Checking back rear. Nothing else to do with this. We are 4-betting king 6. king deuce. Okay. I'm gonna actually leave that table now because this table didn't break. I think blocking the river is okay. Checking range on the deuce 5-9 multi-way. This guy seems tight in a multi-way. Generally passive, not stabbing a lot. We just get out of the way. I'm not thrilled to be involved in this hand. We'll just move. We're just gonna move. 4-6. Okay. When passive player steps and passive player check raises, not our spot. I don't have a call range in, in that spot, so I'll go over it. Like, what can we do here? If I mean, yeah, we are we can actually have call range. We're gonna have this overpair, so we can have a call range. Like aces, kings, just call. So my mistake. We can actually call here with the backdoor draw. So if I knew them a little better, yeah, but like this, no. Fold here against middle position. ISO. We have to fold. Against him, it's just mix of the call and 4-bet, so I would call. I wouldn't 4-bet this, so I would call. The flop would be bad. At the end, sick cooler. So no trapping with kings, no calling, just immediately jamming. First 3-bet and immediately 7x. Going to block river. He really overfolds this line. You see, this is skip c-bet fold river, so it means when he's checking back turn, he's folding on the red color. So over GTO. So a lot of profitable stabbing. So we want to tone down the size. Pocket fives. calls with force. Okay. We're still doing okay. He cashed out, so it's perfect spot. I feel immediately, I shot a couple of times because I feel he's tilted. I just feel by his game, which is different than usual. I'm gonna check back with the queen jack. Stabbing here. This guy's stab is pretty strong. Let's see, stab flop multi-way. Top pair. Pocket fives on queen. 4-4. But on this board, he will not stab the under pairs. This guy folds hugely to c-bets. So he will be folding a lot. 2/3 on the turn. We're gonna be checking aces, kings on this flop. With some 5x hands, we're gonna have also flush because we're checking some flush draws. Usually we want to check higher flush draws that has showdown value, more of the ace-x flush draws like ace-jack, ace-queen, ace-king of diamonds, but I decided with the queen-jack, he's not stabbing a lot, folding a lot on delay c-bets. Let's have some flushes in check behind range, and he did go well, so this is interesting. Okay, I'm gonna fold immediately. Let's go small. I'm gonna go small turn like this. I'm just folding. He should be overbetting the turn in these situations. He should be only having. So I'm just gonna mark him as bad. I mean, I mark him as reg because I know the guy, but he's doing such a stupid things. Okay, let's see here. King Jack, okay. It's never ever a roar bet on turn we are calling bunch of flushes on the flop, bunch of flushes, so he just can't have an orbit range on turn. On turn it's mix of 50 and 2/3, so never an orbit. And on the river then you have like 150 a lot. Pretty bad board, guys. 5, 7, 9, two-tone. I don't think it can go worse than this. It's just gonna fold. Fold here. I'm gonna here I'm gonna actually go small, 20% or 25. I'm gonna go half pot. This guy is cruising now. I want to see the hand. I think this guy has to only call here. I don't think he has like much of the fold equity. I think he has clear call and then he's in position. I think this one is not good. Okay. He's raising against us normally, so his range is gonna be normal. We're gonna go flop raise. Big size. nothing king 4. Moula is putting pressure on people. Let's go like this against double check range. Interesting sizings. I want to see a hand. I want to see what it was. I'm not sure what he reps. To me, it looks like he reps, I don't know, like ace 5, ace 4 of hearts, something in that line. We're gonna go small. Just to check river. Have between three betting and calling. This guy is stabbing a lot on rivers. He's using the small size. He's bluffing usually with bigger sizings. Just gonna fold against this size. Like you saw, he's bluffing, never bluffing with the block, so I'm gonna fold to a block. Let's delay. We're checking the river. Five hours, 11 minutes. That's the long session. That's a long session. Let's see how this guy plays deep. What is this? This is super weird. So this is 3-bet pot multi-way. Really weird. go half pot. Has overpaired. This guy has a set. We wouldn't get it. Unfortunately, we wouldn't get it. Even if I check back the flop, nothing would be. This guy plays hand terribly, like terribly. He cold calls with jacks. What? Why? We're gonna call it ace queen suited. We're gonna check jump here. Even to me, my feeling is saying that we check call here. So I'm gonna actually listen to my feeling. So I'm gonna actually listen to my feeling. Okay, table start falling apart. 4 a.m. or 5 hours. It was a nice session. We're gonna guys play now the last hands and finish for today. This. Okay. And we're gonna finish for today. The next video, guys, will be surprise video, and you're gonna tell me then if you like that, things that we will make in the next video. If not, we'll do some other things. Let me know, guys, if you like the video. If you have some need a really bad river. I was just thinking what to say and I just out a snap. We have a clear bet on the river. If you have some questions regarding hands or strategy, let me know. If you have other ideas what you would like to see, let me know. And we'll make a vote if you want to see maybe Zoom, maybe heads up, maybe PLO, whatever you want, let me know. Today I think we run incredibly good. This is the best run that I have in WoW for a while. So definitely we did okay. I also like the way we played, so basically every hand that I played, I'm okay with it. Even the one that we were getting called, I like our play that on with the 7x on the queen 4-7 turn, on the king 4-7 queen queen, where we overbet jam 3x and get called by a flush 6-7 of spades. I really like that play, even didn't work out. So I think I'm happy with the way I played. I felt really good today, and I think there is a lot of interesting spots, and it's six tabling. It's much more dynamic. So if I didn't say something, you can ask me. And if you like this concept, like the video, and I will know that you like it, and I will make it in future also something like this. If you want to see maybe live stream, if you would like to play with me together, let me also know. I will be glad to do it, and we can arrange which date we want. If you didn't join our Discord, we are almost 700 people. So if you didn't join, let us grow. Let's work together. And that's it, guys. Our last hand for today. I'm gonna show you the results. Actually, the things are getting, after that horrible start on Ipoker, the things are getting back where I think they should be. So after 350k hands, okay, we're gonna check all a lot in this board. So we are facing a range that we don't know how it looks. He's calling cutoff versus UTG. Okay, I'm gonna fold. Okay, guys, so these are the results for today. We did run really good, and lately we run decent, and I'm getting back now. After horrible start, I'm getting back, and I think soon it will be like it was in stars, and it should be even better because this field is much worse than in stars. I'm gonna thank you for your time, for your patience, and let me know in the comments about this new concept. And if you have any more ideas, let me know. Thank you for watching, and good night.